Charlie, we can start out with the roll call. Is that correct?
How about if I do the welcome first?
Okay.
Are you okay with that, sir?
Yeah, look at the mic and talk into the green button.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where it is. Welcome to the August 23rd, 2022 special meeting of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. Our mission is, the primary mission of the Gaming Commission is protection of the wagering public and the health, safety, and welfare of the participants in all lawful gaming and parimutuel activity. Individuals who wish to address the commission will be recognized by the president to speak. After the president has recognized you, please clearly state your name, the name of your organization you represent prior to addressing the commission. All comments, questions, and responses must flow through the president by addressing the president each time you wish to speak. This procedure ensures an orderly flow of discussion during the commission meeting. All meetings of the governing body of the agency are public meetings open to the public except as otherwise provided pursuant to Wyoming Statute 16.403A. The meeting is being held in person via Zoom and available to watch live via video streaming. The commission may open an executive session pursuant to 16.40405A, and inclusion on the agenda does not necessarily constitute a commission action. President Davis, I would recommend that we kind of let everybody get seated. It's wonderful to see everyone here today. If one of the staff could maybe grab some chairs and help, or just come on in, everybody, get some chairs, different things. As a housekeeping item, everyone, also remember this is being video streamed via Zoom. It is on YouTube, so this is a live meeting being aired. If you have anyone that's participating via the Zoom call, please raise your hand and you will be recognized. Mr. Laramendi is monitoring that. Just as a side note, we have not received any public comments via fax, email, or otherwise prior to this meeting, so I have none to read. President Davis, would you like us to go into the roll call?
Thank you, Charlie. Yes.
Yes. Kelly, if you would call the roll, please speak into your mic clearly. Thank you.
President Davis.
Here.
Vice President Broussard is excused. Commissioner Cavello.
Here.
Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Commissioner Berry.
Here.
Commissioner Heller is running about 15 minutes late. Commissioner Kura.
Here.
Law Enforcement appointee Commissioner Pacheco is excused. Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. With that, Charlie, let's proceed with introduction of yes. There's a lot of them, so it could take a while. If you guys wouldn't mind standing up and telling us who you are.
Let's start at one end down here, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, Tracy Laycock.
Thank you, everyone. With that, Charlie, I think we can proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With that, Charlie, we'll proceed with agenda item number 2. And is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Commissioner Wildcat,
Second.
Commissioner Cavella, second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Item number 3 at this time, discussion and consideration and possible action on the minutes of June 23rd and July 14th. Do we want to handle this under one motion, Charlie, or go ahead and separate?
It can be under one motion.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes of June 23rd and July 14th.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the minutes of June 23rd and July 14th as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavella. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Daigle. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, on the second page of the June 23rd minutes with regards to item 4A, I have a question with regards to the way that the minutes reflect the action on the financial report. It states that a motion was made, but then there was no action. And I would just ask that, I think we have to dispense with that motion in one way or another. Whether it's necessary or not, I do believe that what we talked about was it wasn't necessary after the motion was made, but I don't believe it was withdrawn or anything. So I just wanted to see if we could clarify that in the minutes as to whether it was withdrawn or if there was a vote, just for my own clarification, if we may.
President Davis, Commissioner Daigle, that was a typographical error. It was voted on, it was passed, the financials, so typographical error. We will make that notation and correct that when posting. Thank you for that catch.
Any other corrections or additions to the minutes as presented for June 23rd and July 14th? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Item number 4, gaming expansion. Under that, item A, historic racing. Charlie.
Yes, thank you. If we could take a moment here and get some more chairs out for some of these people. If anybody in the room, we've got 3 or 4 people that need some chairs, and then we can move on to item 4. Thank you.
Looks like we should have got the larger room.
Thank you, sir.
With that, if everybody's comfortable, we'll proceed with item number 4, the gaming expansion, number A, historic horse racing.
Thank you, President Davis. Item 4, gaming expansion, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the following matters. Historical horse racing is A, and B is skill-based amusement games. As legalized gambling continues to grow in popularity and prevalence, new forms of gaming are introduced and expanded upon. There is much discussion on how to limit the activity. While most of these discussions are more likely needed at the legislative level, it is a responsible undertaking for the Wyoming Gaming Commission. Unlike other industries in which the market is the principal determining factor of supply and demand, government decisions are largely determined have largely determined the size and form of legalized gambling in the U.S. These concerns originate from the governor's letter, which is attached to our agenda, and several calls received from the public and community leaders. These two items may be taken collectively in hope of stimulating productive discussion. Another issue to consider is the cannibalization of other programs that have a proven record of accomplishments and are valuable to our Wyoming economy. The commission looks forward to a lively discussion regarding all matters identified in item 4A and B. President Davis, as you know, what has precipitated this is the phone calls, the emails from different municipalities with the concern of the growth of gambling in the state of Wyoming. Also from our tribal neighbors as well. As you and I have spoke, President Davis, we feel like this is a good forum to start this discussion. Where it goes is not necessarily up to this commission. And we've discussed that limiting of gaming is not necessarily under our purview, but we feel like it is a way to allow for people to express their concerns in a public manner. So with that, President Davis, I would turn this back to you. We also have the governor's letter that is included here, and this was considered, I'm sure, during the last session, but it is some helpful information. I don't think I need to read this letter necessarily. I think everybody's had an opportunity to read it. It was a letter that was attached to Senate Enrolled Act 14, Wyoming Gaming Commission Scrivener error that the governor wrote to President Dockstader. So with that, back to you, sir.
Oh, you got to get, yeah, I'm on. With that, let's start out with item A on this. We'll try and split this into two, well, I guess we can just bring it up A and B. If you have a comment on how you would like to see things proceed going forth here, we'd give you the mic to come up forth and present your point of view.
President Davis, I would also ask that if you are repeating something that someone already has said, we would appreciate it as far as the timing and things, that we maybe don't repeat those things necessarily. You can say, more than welcome to say, yes, I agree with this individual or something, but let's try to keep it to basically a single source if we can. I'm not sure if that's quite the right way to proceed. Again, the public is here, whether they're joining us via Zoom that would like to address the commission, or if one of the commissioners would like to set this up slightly with your views.
With that, Charlie, I think we could start with the elected officials that are representing themselves here in the audience. Voice your concerns.
Okay. Good. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Paul Bertolio. I am the chairman of the Natrona County Board of County Commissioners. I greatly appreciate this opportunity to address you this morning on this issue. probably no county has more machines operating than Natrona County. The proliferation is of great concern to the commission. We have taken steps over the course of the last 6 months in reviewing applicants. In the past, it was simply a free-for-all. We found licenses being moved, transferred, and there were no procedures in place. So we're actively looking at making some changes to those. We are very concerned about the saturation. We, in fact, are been made aware that 3 micro, micro in the sense that they have a limited number of machines, I believe it was 3 to 5, they want to go full. We don't know how many more machines that's gonna be. So we have been told that all we can do is simply bless it. We don't really have much choice in it, but the saturation is of great concern to us. We are hoping that somehow we can get some type of study. When they come forward, they say, yes, there's plenty of room. We don't know that. It is taking some of our eating establishments and really making them unfamily friendly. So we have concerns about that. Some of the establishments are bars to start with. Between the skill games and the historic horse racing, there are plenty of places to go in Casper and Natrona County without seeing a need for a lot more. The question for us is, what is a correct saturation level? And I don't know if there's a study out there that can tell you by population what number we need to be looking at. But we are actively looking at how we can limit to some degree the number of machines. Some of them just walk in and say, hey, we've got room here and we've got 75 machines we want to put in. Some of that's space limited, but we greatly appreciate the fact that we're getting revenues out of it. But at some point, the social and economic cost to our society of having so many machines and people spending so much of their hard-earned money on these, I recognize it's their own choice, but at some point, we have to have a limit. And with that, I, again, appreciate the opportunity to address you, and I would stand for any questions if you have any.
So you have direct control over the historical side of it, but
Correct.
not over the games of skill. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Process? Okay. So you're looking for a little more oversight on both, or?
The skill games tend to be not necessarily as much associated with alcohol. They're in a few more places. They don't seem to be played quite as much with the limit on the jackpots on them. So most of the people that are gambling their hard-earned money are actually going to the historic horse racing.
Commissioners, questions?
Let me introduce my county attorney to add a few. He can probably straighten me out on a few things I've said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Eric Nelson. I'm the Natrona County Attorney, and I just wanted to add a little bit of detail. So from the County Commissioner perspective, it's true. It's the Paramutual, it's the historic horse racing, those types of things that we have some statutory ability to weigh in on. And it's not that we have to rubber stamp them, but the statute is devoid of any criteria that the county has to consider. And so county commissions as an agency are bound by the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act, and so we cannot be arbitrary and capricious. And so what that puts us in a position of doing is trying to figure out, okay, what is the data? What are the factors that we need to consider? And in essence, turning the Board of County Commissioners into kind of a mini gaming commission. And really that's kind of beyond the scope of the expertise that we have and the resources that we have at the local level. With the expansion of the skill games, while we recognize we don't have any regulatory oversight of that, the public doesn't differentiate between that. And so I can tell you, I receive numerous calls with regard to, hey, this explosion, and when did you guys approve this? And it turns out they're skill games, they're not anything that the county has any kind of regulatory oversight with. And so the public perception is that there's just this explosion of gambling writ large, and why isn't the county doing something? And so I think from the county commission perspective, Chairman Bertolio is absolutely correct. The concern is with saturation, and I know some of that is required to be presented to you all when they get the state approval. I guess the question that we've asked at the county level, is there any, do you ever go back and look at it and say, okay, here's the projections that the applicant made in terms of saturation or how the market's going to expand? Did that actually hold true? I mean, is there a return to look at it 6 months, a year down the line and say, you know what, there's too many now. And so is there an ability to then to rein it back in? And so, I think the commission acknowledges and appreciates the revenue. I mean, and there is a definite feeling that, individuals should be able to engage in business, and we don't want to stand in the way of that. But as the Chairman Bertolio said, the social costs then at some point add up to where, okay, when's enough? When is enough enough? So I think those are the concerns that I've heard, and I think the concerns that our commission has.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, do you know how many machines you actually have operating in Natrona County at this time?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cavillo, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I often go to the gaming website. There's a great interactive map, and so there's a great resource. But as we were looking just the other day, because we do have Wyoming Downs has come to us with requests to expand some of the microsites, and so that'll be taken up September 6th at the commission. And so we were starting to look at that, and so there are a number of sites, and I venture to say, and I would agree, that I think there's probably more in Natrona County than any other county in the state at this point. So, but to your question, I can't tell you the exact number.
Commissioner Wildcat?
Have you seen an increase in requests for services from the county, such as law enforcement, any type of addiction type of counseling or anything that you guys have an impact on?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Wildcat, I couldn't answer that. It's an interesting, I think, regulatory scheme in that the county commissioners have some say in regulating the gaming, but most of these establishments are in the city of Casper, or in Mills, or in Evansville. And so I know there's some Casper council members here, and they could probably speak better to the law enforcement calls. And I don't know if the chairman can speak to it.
No. Commissioners, anything else? Do you see a path going forward? What's your vision on how to cap it, for lack of words?
Mr. Chairman, I think the challenge is, at some point, there's got to be a study out there that says, whether it's per capita or there has to be based on population, their total number of machines, there has to be a limit that we reach. How we come up with that study or method to come to that number, I think, is going to be a challenge. We could wait and see when we get too many of them and our revenues quit climbing. That would be one way. But at that point, at what cost do we absorb socially in our communities? I don't know any other way. I'm very much a free advocate of free enterprise. I don't like caps on liquor licenses. I mean, they don't tell you how many shoe stores you can have. But at some point, this is, I think, to some degree, getting a little out of control. The three entities are almost competing against each other, and they just want to see how many more machines they can get in establishments to compete against their competition.
And Mr. Chairman, I would just add, I think that a solution would have to come from the state, because at the county commission level, our commissioners only have the ability to regulate one portion of the overall gaming landscape. And so that creates some interesting dynamics. And we frankly just, at the county level, don't have the resources to do the analysis I think that it would take to really reach a solid conclusion. And Natrona County is the second largest county, as you know, in the state. And so if we don't have those resources, I can bet you that some of the smaller counties aren't going to have them and are going to struggle as well. And so I think any solution would have to come from the state.
Have you taken this up with the Wyoming Association of County Commissioners? Has this been a topic there, or?
Mr. Chairman, we've had some discussion. The proliferation, I don't think has hit quite as hard some of the other counties, but it's coming. I know Laramie County is starting to get quite a few requests, but none of them have really taken off as like Natrona County has.
Good to be number one in the state, huh? Commissioners, any other questions? Charlie?
President Davis, Mr. Laramendi has those numbers or David has those numbers for Natrona County, as you were asking.
President Davis, Commissioner Cavello, currently on the floor operating in Natrona County is 548. And that would, we have another request coming before the commission in probably the next upcoming meeting. So that'll go up about, I think it's 130. And then Laramie County currently has 560 active terminals.
And Nick, or Mr. Laramendi, is that the combined?
Combined, all
Thank
three permittees, correct.
Okay, what's the skill-based amusement game?
Give me 2 minutes here and I'll pull that up.
What was Laramie County's again?
560.
And for everyone that's joining us on YouTube, we have the gaming map. For people in the room here, we have the gaming map up currently for Natrona County.
While Nick gets those numbers, are any other questions or solutions or from the commission?
President Davis, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you know, when you say the correction needs to come from the state, you're saying legislatively, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir. Thank you.
President Davis, for the skill games we have in Natrona County, there's 29 locations operating between 1 and 4 machines. I can count the exact number of machines. That'll take me a few seconds longer though, but it's 29 locations.
Yeah. So basically, Nick, what you're saying, there's 100 give or take skill gate. Okay. Next, I guess, unless you have further comments, a closing argument or?
Morning, Mr. President. Dale Schultz, Chairman of the County Commissioners. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and speak on this issue. We concur exactly with what Natrona County has said. I don't want to continue to echo that. I will say, I represent Campbell County on the Wyoming County Commissioners Association Executive Committee. We had our retreat here about 3 months ago, and this was an agenda item on our retreat. We had great discussion about this statewide with the WCCA. And I would agree that this is something that we as the WCCA we're going to take this up with our legislators this year. There's some things that we have great concern about with gambling and gaming in our community in Campbell County. We have a lot less sites, obviously, than Natrona County does, but, you know, going back to when it initially started, and myself, I've had many conversations with the commissioners that originally approved this, the gaming to start happening in Campbell County. And it seems like it's actually, you know, blossomed into something different than originally was wanted in our county. And I will say that I think this is just something that we feel like, you know, I almost feel like as a commissioner, it's something that we need to put on a ballot for our community for people to actually vote on, because we really feel like it's that important in our community. I feel like, and going back to Mrs. Wildcat's comment, we're actually in the process of earmarking some of our revenue from gaming in our community to our adult treatment court, so that we can use some of those funds to treat. So that's an addiction court that we have in Campbell County. And it's actually the flagship program for the state of Wyoming. We feel like that's the responsible thing to do, to bring some of those funds into an addiction profile within the court system in our county. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Commissioners, you have any questions? Charlie?
To compare accurately, what do we have in Campbell County as a comparison for both entities?
So if I heard you correctly, you're setting aside some of these funds that are our revenue that is being generated to address addiction and problem gambling?
So, Mr. President, currently we are not, in this year's budget, we are not. But we did talk about doing it for next year's budget. And we had 3 new commissioners elected, so we'll have 3 new faces on our board. And, you know, it'll just depend on what that board feels like. But that is our marching orders going forward for next year. That's what we'd like to do, so.
And you'll pair that up with state funding that's available? Is that what you're looking?
No, not necessarily. I think it's just we feel like we want to take some of the revenue from our gaming revenue that we get and actually just earmark that for what we do as a county and funding with the state, or excuse me, with our adult treatment court program. And it would be totally separate from what our state funding is. We've actually had a challenge in our county trying to figure out what to do with the gaming money every year, where to, you know, exactly what to put that in for our budget items. And we found ourselves not using as much as we feel like we should. So we think that, you know, earmarking that to the adult treatment court is a great idea. So that's something that money flows to, and not just adult treatment court, but we also have the juvenile and family treatment court as well in our county, so.
Thank you. Nick?
President Davis, Campbell County currently has 277 active historic horse racing terminals.
Are there any other questions? Oh, skill games?
President Davis, there's 16 locations. It looks like all of them are operating at least 3 terminals. So 48-ish.
Any other comments?
No, thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Next.
Are there any electeds?
Yep.
Good morning, President Davis and distinguished members of the commission. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lee Spoonhunter. I have the honor of serving as a councilman for the Northern Arapahoe Business Council. And I would like to thank the members of the Gaming Commission for allowing me to provide comments on behalf of the Northern Arapahoe Tribe regarding the expansion and regulation of gaming in the state. Usually I can just talk off the top of my head, but today I have a prepared statement, so I cover every point the tribe would like you to hear. Under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act 1987, the Northern Arapahoe Tribe currently owns and operates the Wind River Hotel Casino in Riverton, the 789 Smoke Shop and Casino, and the Little Wind Casino in Ethity. The Northern Arapahoe Tribe is fully committed to ensuring its economic drivers, the gaming establishments, are operated and regulated responsibly. Gaming has been beneficial to the tribe and all the residents of surrounding communities of Fremont County. Revenues generated from the tribe's gaming facilities are closely regulated to directly fund governmental programs for tribal members. Importantly, unlike out-of-state corporations, tribe gaming revenues support local economies by establishing schools, funding social service programs, expanding local businesses. By its nature, gaming must be a highly regulated industry. As expert regulators of our own gaming establishments, the tribe is intimately aware of the importance of robust regulations for maintaining the integrity of gaming operations. The Northern Arapahoe Tribe supports a strong gaming commission in their ability to promulgate regulations and standards. It is the Gaming Commission's role to stay at the forefront of an ever-evolving industry. Through the commission, the state can continue to protect the stakeholders and ensure public confidence through efficient and effective regulation. The Northern Arapahoe Tribe was one of the first entities to engage in gaming in the state of Wyoming. The tribe uses the revenue from gaming to fund tribal programs for our government. Since the introduction of skills games in the state of Wyoming, the Northern Arapahoe has seen a reduction in the gaming revenues. This reduction directly affects the tribe's budget and ability to provide essential programming to the Northern Arapahoe people. Out-of-state interests can make expansion sound like a profitable venture for Wyoming, while in reality, without very careful consideration, expanding gaming will offer minimal benefits to Wyomingites while sending a lot of money out of state. Any further expansion of gaming in the state of Wyoming needs to be carefully considered and done in a way to make sure that the beneficiaries of the gaming revenues are citizens of the state of Wyoming. Let's keep Wyoming money in the state of Wyoming. As more and more machines are added throughout the state, our tribal gaming facilities are seeing our revenue decrease. With the introduction of the historic horse racing terminals and when the skill-based games entered the state market, there has been a clear decline of the tribe's gaming revenue within those periods. The tribe does track foot traffic within our gaming properties. There has been a decrease in visitors to our properties from the areas of the state which have active historic racing parlors or a large number of skill-based games that are available. For the Northern Arapahoe people, this has been more of an impact than simply missing out on profits. As a tribal government, we do not tax our tribal citizens. Instead, we rely on revenue gaming generating ventures such as gaming to fund our governmental operations and provide essential services for our people. Without the revenue derived from the gaming, the Northern Arapahoe Tribe would not be able to provide services to the Northern Arapahoe people. The state of Wyoming has a limited population, and the potential to oversaturate the gaming market is very real. Oversaturation would have a negative impact on both the Northern Arapahoe Tribe and other facilities operating in the state of Wyoming. If the expansion moves too fast, without a full evaluation and understanding of the market, the potential unintended consequences, it could affect the revenue that we all hope to see from gaming ventures within the state. it is important that we all work together as citizens of the state of Wyoming to make sure that all gaming activities in the state are adequately regulated and to prevent oversaturation of the gaming market within the state of Wyoming. We strongly urge you to take the time to study the impacts of expanded gaming on the current market and determine how much of a dollar in Wyoming as possible, to determine how to keep as much of a dollar in Wyoming as possible. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Northern Arapaho Tribe. As you can tell, I'm not a very good reader, but here I have our Wind River Hotel and Casino CEO Patrick LaCrone. If the commission has any questions for the tribe or for our gaming.
Commissioners, Commissioner Covello?
Mr. Chairman, if you would, can you address, since the historic horse racing has begun, what percentage of decline in revenue have you experienced?
Actually, we were putting those numbers together, and I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers, but we have seen significant decrease, especially in foot traffic, to the point of probably in the 40% range, starting from our high point moving down.
That's in foot traffic, not revenue, correct?
Correct, President Davis, that is foot traffic. But in my business, foot traffic relates, there's a correlation between the two.
Was there much difference between that and the effects of COVID? Or what did you see during that?
Well, obviously, we were shut down during COVID, so I mean, we are somewhat returning back to levels of 2019. 2020 was obviously a horrible year for everybody. 2021, there was an increase in 2021 just due to the amount of CARES money that was in. But if you look across the nation, you would see minimal double-digit increases in every form of casino gaming, whether it be the Las Vegas market or the other ancillary markets. There was huge increases. But we're finally getting back close to 2019 levels.
Commissioners? You have anything further to add?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Davis, and thank the commission today for allowing us to speak.
Thank you for coming. Any other elected officials? There's more than one chair up there.
Oh.
Representative Sweeney, please.
Good morning, Commission, and thank you, Pat Sweeney, House District 58 here in Casper. So I think there's a distinct differentiation between historic horse racing and skill-based games. And I think you'll hear the expansion currently isn't with skill-based games, as the legislature had put that forward currently. But you're going to be discussing some of those things later on. So historic horse racing, I think, is where you're hearing most of the concerns from currently, but part of that's free market, but maybe there are some things that the legislature needs to look at on some sideboards, additional sideboards. But I would hope the free market would work some of these things out. But with the advent of the additional vendor with 307 horse racing, I think that's part of the proliferation. And that's free market at work. But as Councilman Spoonhunter, our great partners in all of this. And in the regulation portion, I think there's lessons to be learned there on how we might better tighten things up, but not to hurt the companies that are out there doing things correctly. My biggest concern is the separation of the discussion this morning as far as skill base and historic horse racing. But appreciate the time and appreciate the commission's efforts.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? Thank you. Okay. Save the best for last, or last for best, or?
My name's Steve Cathy. I am on the city council from Ward 3, which is the eastern portion from Beverly East in Casper. I would like to do nothing more than reiterate the county, Natrona County's position on this. Most of us as city council members have received calls about the proliferation and what can we do. Really, the only thing we can do is through liquor licenses. And actually, if they elect to go with restaurant, there's really not anything we can do there, because if we were to deny a liquor license based on gambling, then that opens up a lawsuit for the city, which we have to follow the rules and regulations there. I realize you folks asked a question about police calls of the county commissioners. We track, based on liquor licenses, the number of police calls. And every year in March, we review all of those. And basically, it is broken down by reason for call at the establishment, be it public intox, be it disorderly conduct, et cetera. And as of March, in our last review, we did not see anything out of the ordinary compared to the rest of the liquor licenses. So that's kind of where we stand from that standpoint. However, crime is up in Casper significantly. And if you want me to read through all of them, I just got a weekly report from the police department. But suicide attempts are up, successful or down. So that is helping on our calls from our suicide prevention hotline. So I thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Commissioners, any questions? Oh, Commissioner Walcott?
Hi, just a quick question. When the gaming industry is oversaturated, it leads to a lot of different things. A couple of them is it discourages local businesses, decreases property value, and it also, there's less household dollars to spend as it exploits the poor and financially desperate. Have you noticed a decrease within the city of Casper when it comes to any type of spending or any impact on the smaller local businesses or property values?
Have not noticed those. Here again, we have been in basically a housing boom. It is slowing down now, so housing market and housing prices have been going up. There has been an immediate turnaround in housing. There has always been, as there has been throughout the state, a lack of what is called affordable housing. We do have an increase in our homeless population. Our sales tax revenue that we just received was up compared to last year, kind of where we stand from that standpoint. But yes, I do agree with your statements about affecting the lower echelons in our economic society.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Whoop. Just like me. I do that all the time, I tell you. Tip your foot.
Hi, Lisa Engerbretson, Casper City Council. I'm representing Ward 2. I am also a broker and owner of a local real estate company. So I did want to touch on some of the things, and I'm also a property manager. And so we are seeing significant tenants having issues with paying their rents and being able to pay bills. And my office is also located next to Community Action, who provides ERAP, which is the federal funding for the tenants. A day does not go by to where the line is clear out the door, and it's hundreds of people. And personally, we have seen a dramatic increase of the tenants needing assistance. Is that attributed to gambling? I couldn't tell you. House prices are stable at the moment. We have seen some price corrections on some houses. What's happening though with the current market, it does push everybody into the rental market just because there's just less money available for people to spend. So the rental market is right now it's full. So we have very few rentals available in Casper just for families to move into, just due to the fact that people aren't buying houses. And just the stressors in the economy, just with the inflation going up and interest rates and just the cost of living right now is really, you can feel that within the tenant population and homeowners as well. So we do have a lot of people with the stressors. I have tried to go to multiple different gaming sites just to see for myself personally of what it's like and stuff. I am not a gambler, so I work very hard for my money. So it's but I do go into those establishments because I am curious of how busy they are and the people and things. And I do have to say that there was a couple of gambling establishments that I went to in the middle of the day, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and I was astounded how full they were. And so that kind of caught me a little bit, that like, okay, so they are doing quite well here. And is a correlation to the housing? I don't know if we actually have that kind of a correlation with tenants and the housing.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners, please? None. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other elected officials wish to comment? If not, Jonathan, you're pretty ready.
Good morning. Mr. President, members of the committee, our commission, Jonathan Downing, representing Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic. Since we're merging issues of HHR and skill games as far as this agenda item, I'm just going to focus primarily on skill games. Since 2020, March 17th, when the legislature authorized skill games, Pace-O-Matic has actually seen a decline in the number of skill games that it operates in Wyoming. And the reason for that decline is because there's not been able to be transfers between locations. As you'll remember, some of you who were on this commission at that time and some of the legislators, Pace-O-Matic and Cowboy Skill, when we worked on skill game legislation, had advocated for a limit of 4 games per location, a limit of $3 per play, and a limit of $3,000 for the max win. As far as that particular market, we had advocated to ensure that we had those sideboards in place. And in 2021 and in the 2022 legislative sessions, when the legislature had the opportunity to change the law further, we also advocated for additional sideboards. And we will continue to advocate for sideboards as far as skill games being mainly in over 21 locations. Mainly limited to right now, as far as that primary area has been primarily, when you talk about over 21, that's either like smoke shops or bars or your truck stops as far as trucker lounges. And so I just want to be clear on that as far as when we're talking about expansion, as far as having eyes wide open there. We are in 232 locations statewide. and I would defer to Mr. Laramendi as far as what that actual number is statewide currently. And that's roughly about 836 machines, which on a statewide level, and that's not an exact number as far as those machines, but would defer to staff on that. But that statewide number is less than combined for some of those other machines that were referenced in other markets in Laramie and Natrona counties. And so just to be clear, that is where we are on those areas. In terms of revenues that our companies pay, it's a 20% tax rate. That tax rate goes, it gets split three ways: 10% to the Gaming Commission, which is at your discretion for whatever you choose to do with those funds, whether it's some of that discussion on gaming counseling as well as operations of the commission. The other 90% of those tax revenues are split between the counties as far as cities, towns, and counties, and the schools. And some of you have seen the recent litigation as far as the Education Association regarding school finance right now. And so when we have talked about having a potential revenue stream for the state of Wyoming, that is why some of those legislators in the past, not speaking for them, but had chosen to put some of that towards local governments and some of that towards education. In addition to that, as far as the companies that operate skill games, those are mainly local Wyoming small businesses. They are companies that in the past did not have that opportunity to offer that type of entertainment for some of their constituents in those areas because they were losing some of that customer base to other areas. With respect to others within the marketplace, you do have, and I'll let them speak for themselves, but some of those have been countywide votes that have taken place in the past. But with that, in that respect, though, as far as post-lottery, post-sports books, as far as the online sports betting, and with skill, you've seen more of that where the legislature has, through a lot of interim committee work, extensive testimony, and ongoing work to ensure what we have as far as the right fit for Wyoming. And when we talk about the right fit for Wyoming, we have been clear from day one that our games are not for every single location as far as Pace-O-Matic and Cowboy Skill, and that's why we've advocated for sideboards. And so along those lines, we will continue to work with you. We've appreciated the work of staff as far as some of the rulemaking, which we'll get into later, as well as with some of the discussions on technical specifications. But on balance, as far as a policy issue for the legislature, I think they will be paying close attention to this, and that's why you have not only Joint Appropriations Committee looking at this issue, but also Joint Revenue Committee. With that, I'd be open for any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Downing.
Thank you.
Next, please. Anyone else that would like to testify or give their? Awful quiet. I knew there'd be one.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kyle Ridgway with 307 Horse Racing. Jack Greer was going to try to make it down here too. I think he might be online. His wife was having some health issues this morning. So I guess part of what I want to say in being candid is I think in terms of expansion, I can't remember who it was that said it. It might have been Director Moore, that, you know, part of why you've seen expansion in the last 18 months is because you have a third horse racing entity that's been involved. And so what we have to remember is what this industry is about and why HHR was legalized, and that was to support the live horse racing industry in Wyoming. And if we look at what Wyoming Downs has done in Evanston, what Wyoming Horse Racing is doing in Rock Springs with their most recent agreements with Sweetwater County, what we're doing in Gillette at the Camplex, I think this model's been very successful for Wyoming. And I know there are a lot of states that are looking at what Wyoming's doing and trying to replicate our model here to support their live racetracks. If you look in Illinois, another big live racetrack just closed there. You know, the one in Colorado's closing or in, you know, being bought, and they don't really have a good way to generate revenue. So you do have a third racetrack in Wyoming now that you didn't have before. So we have a really good slate of horse racing in this state right now that occurs throughout the course of the summer and into the fall, which is what the goal of the legislation was in the first place. If you look at the amount of the Breeders' Award that the three operators are generating, it's going to be a record number this year, and it's going to be a record number next year. Because what you have to remember is most of the locations that we've opened over the course of this year have only been operating for a short period of time. We believe we have good relationships with the communities that we've operated in. When we were in Teton County, we worked with the chief of police who wrote a report to the town of Jackson Hole, and she determined in reviewing our locations, there's an exact quote in the report, but it was essentially that our business poses no additional risk to the community than any other business. And you heard that from Councilman Cathy today, that when these cities have the opportunity to review liquor licenses, they get to look at the police calls for locations. So we believe at 307 Horse Racing that we run a first-class, responsible operation. We don't overserve people, that we don't create a danger to the community. And that's because Jack and I live here. I live in Casper, Jack lives in Gillette. And so we understand and we have skin in the game when it comes to making sure that we run first-class operations in these communities. It's exactly what the tribal members were just talking about, keeping the money in Wyoming, and we think we're a huge part of that, being that we're locally owned and we're locally operated. So I do think that you are getting to the end game in this state at some point, but again, when you look at the numbers and you look at the locations that we've operated, we haven't seen any decreases in any county that we've opened in terms of handle numbers. It doesn't appear that our competitors' numbers are going backwards or doing anything where we're cannibalizing their operations. We don't see the breeders' money going down. We don't see the tax money going down. What we see is purses going up, tax revenue going up, breeders' money going up. So it's something that the commission's going to have to monitor. And that comes back to, you know, we've tried to be a good partner with local governments and explain that they have the ability to regulate. We're in favor of regulation. We want to make sure that we run responsible operations. We want to hear what the needs of the community are. But that's incumbent on the commission, on local legislators, on local council people and local county commissioners to make sure that what they authorize and how they regulate and how they review is what's a fit for their community. And there's only so many things that we as a newer operator can do about how this industry has evolved over time. But I speak for our entire operation when I say we've tried to do it first class and do it the right way. And we don't believe that we have any track record of creating issues in the community or that anything that we've done has caused an oversaturation in any community that we've been involved in.
Thank you, Mr. Ridgway. Questions, commissioners? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Is there anybody online, Nick?
President Davis, there's no hands online.
Nobody online. Okay, with that, Charlie, I would assume that would end our discussion on item number 4, historical horse racing and skill-based amusement games. Thank you, everyone, for your information. Item number 5, rules. Paramutual Chapter 8, conduct of racing, draft. Oh, Charlie.
Take a break.
You want to take a break?
Let people leave.
Let's take a 10-minute pause for the cause. Well, we'll come back here at what time then? 10:17? Okay.
So we're going to return at
10:17.
10:17?
Okay, at this time, we will proceed with item number 5, Paramutual, Chapter 8, Conduct and Racing. Charlie?
President Davis, do you want us to do a roll call again?
Just to protect the innocent? Yes.
Yes. And also so it'll reflect that Commissioner Ritholler has joined us this morning.
Could you proceed?
President Davis?
Here.
President Broussard is excused. Commissioner Covello?
Here.
Commissioner Daigle?
Here.
Commissioner Berry?
Here.
Commissioner Ritholler?
Here.
Commissioner Kura? Here. Commissioner Pacheco is excused. Commissioner Wildcat?
Here.
Senator Driscoll is excused. Representative Newsom is excused. Daniel Schiffer. We have a quorum.
President Davis, I would like it noted that this is as early as I've ever been late, so.
Director Moore, could you please note that in the minutes?
Yes, sir, we will. Thank you.
We're sure glad you made it.
Moving on, item 5, rules. A, Paramutual Chapter 8 Conduct of Racing Draft 4.3-07.28.22. This was originally posted on the website on July 28th, 2022. This has been a continuing work in progress. We made some changes from the last meeting that I wanted to bring forward to you all, commissioners, doing some clarification in there. If you turn to page 8-12, you will see the red line version of the rules. Additionally, I have handed out to you a suggestion that I'll take up as we move through these rules. For the public, if anyone is interested in seeing that insertion, Mr. Laramendi has a yellow copy of that suggestion. Moving through the section 6, Wyoming bred horses, on page 8-12, we made no additional changes from the previously authorized body of work. On 8-13, there were no additional changes from the last meeting. 8-14. For some reason, my copy did not get printed with line numbers, but on 8-14 C, what we realized is we hadn't identified the donor and recip mares. This is language that was taken from other jurisdictions and blended to fit our procedures in Wyoming as far as the recip and donor mares. Also, additionally, we changed some of the language for the requirement for a recipient mare must be permanently identified to include specifically but not exclusively, copies of registration certificates, brands, markings, tattoos, and ID chips. Again, that was language that was taken from other jurisdictions and blended to work for us, and then C is the same. If you look down on that same page for D, you'll see in the event, this is language that we added, in the event that a death occurs of the donor mare, all foals conceived prior to the death are eligible for accreditation. So basically what that means, and we had a situation that came up to where the donor mare passed away. We have recip mares that have the foals inside of them. And so we needed to clarify that, make sure that was in rules, that if they had followed that procedure, the donor mare, just because she had passed away, doesn't mean that those foals, subsequent foals, for that 1 year, prior to the death were conceived, would be still eligible to receive awards. Moving on, the rest of the page, there were no changes. And Brandy, if you remember, if I'm missing something, please jump in on this. I think on the next page, midway down, D, we did the same thing with an accredited Wyoming stallion. In the event the death of an accredited Wyoming stallion during the breeding season, all foals conceived prior to the death are eligible for accreditation. The stallion owner is eligible to receive breeders' award funds as long as all other requirements have been fulfilled. Again, very similar situation. If we have mares in foal, because our language states that they must stand the full breeding season. So if there is a death, those subsequent foals can be registered. Excuse me. Moving on to the next page, again, everything has stayed the same. If you go down to G, if you look at your handout, trophies or other awards, this is the old language and I'll read in the proposed language. Trophies or other awards must be approved by the commission and may not exceed the amount of interest in the Breeders' Award Fund account. The suggestion that came forth from staff this morning was new language. I'll read it in. G would read, promotional items or products and trophies or other awards must be approved by the commission and may not exceed the amount of interest in the Breeders' Award Fund. What we're attempting to do here is to pay for banners that we have at the racetrack, promoting Wyoming bred. In the years to come, we are hoping that we can have a booth at the state fair and do some things. So there's expenses with that, whether it's travel expenses, whether it's, hard expenses that we're looking at having. Also, utilizing some of this interest money. And again, I want to go back. The priority with that interest money would always be the awards for the program. This would be a secondary piece. In the event we are starting to look at, in the past, we have taken out of our administrative fund advertising and different expenses that we put in some of the magazines in the US and around the country and in our state. So this could come out of this account as long as there's money to deal with that. So that was the reasoning to add that, make it clear to where we didn't have any questions, that we did have that authority in rules. And if you go back to the statutes, you can see there 1125-102A, Roman numeral et, 1, breeder award monies collected pursuant to 1125-201J and distributed by the commission to promote and improve breeding and development of the horse industry in Wyoming. So it's my opinion, Mr. Kaler hasn't had a chance to look at it at this point, that we would have that ability to do some promoting of this program. And again, and Brandy will touch on this later, so I'm going to steal a little bit of her thunder, I guess. With the Wyoming bred program, it's very possible it could be over $5 million this next year. The Wyoming bred program is a phenomenal program. We are currently the per capita, the highest paid Breeders' Award program in North America, per capita. This is eclipsing other states. The highest paid out recipient from last year, I believe, was $280,000. Is that correct, Brandy?
Yeah.
Yes. So it's with the passage of historic horse racing, the funds that have gone to the cities, the funds that are going to the Breeders' Award program, and with 50 some days of racing now is phenomenal. So you should all be proud of it that are participating in the gaming industry on that side of the house, and this program is phenomenal. But with that, we've had several discussions over the last year about doing some additional promoting of the program and doing a little more nationally and doing things like that. And again, it's about the agriculture side of it. It's about travel. It's about tourism. It's about all those things. And to eliminate something that I would say later, with this promotional piece in there, as long as the funds are there and you commissioners authorize this, I'm planning on working with the Department of Revenue, with the Department of Agriculture, and working with the travel and tourism in the state and doing some commingling of resources there, because it's benefiting everyone. So.
Commissioner Daigle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may just ask a question of clarification, the handout says promotional items or projects, and I believe I heard Director Moore say promotional items or products, and I just want to make sure which P word we have in there.
Projects, thank you.
Thank you.
I get ahead of myself.
That's okay, thank you.
Thank you. Charlie, continue on, please.
And I believe that is the end of our changes for that chapter. There's a change that's over on 8-27, which we have dealt with earlier and deleted. So that is just a duplication that was in there.
Commissioners, Charlie, I believe we should have had a motion to discuss this first. Or are we at a motion stage on this?
Either way, President Davis, we could do a motion now to approve this to go to the next step, which would be one more pass through the AG's office and then move to the governor's office.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we push these rules forward for the next step with the appropriate amendment as presented by staff.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion. I do have a question, Charlie, on section 2. With the HISA, will we have to revisit section 2 with the anti-doping laws and stuff that are presently coming down from HISA?
President Davis, great question, and thank you for that. While your question may create a bit of a slowdown for us on getting the breeders' rules pushed through, I do have a note here. This complete chapter probably needs reworked. Whether we do it, well, it's not probably, it does. It needs to be reworked. Whether we do it now or we wait till the breeders' rules and circle back and take a little slower approach, that would be up to you folks.
How's the commission feel? Questions? Do you want to revisit this later or go ahead and get this one in the can and then come back to it?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Cavella?
it would be in my opinion that if we work it now, we're going to have to turn around and work it again. So why not just get it all in one fell swoop when we know where this is at with everything?
Well, if, Charlie, maybe you can correct me on this, until the state of Wyoming recognizes HISA, where do we stand?
Again, good question. I think there's a lot of states that are still trying to figure that one out with the HISA, however you want to place it. So there is a lot of questions there. The safety rules and a lot of the medication rules, there will be some differences, but the majority of the safety rules, we're very close to that. We're very close to getting those attained. And looking at the safety rules and speaking with some of the permittees on this, I think there's a lot of that can be blended into where we would be either about 90-95% compliant. I think we're very close to being compliant right now with the majority of them. There's just a few pieces. So my suggestion to you all would be to allow us, because some of this is timing with the Breeders' Award Program, allow us to move this forward, but come back with section 1, 2, and the remaining part of the chapters to where that would fall in right behind that once we got those approved. Did that make sense?
Yes, Charlie, that was going to be my question. Is there a time frame that the state of Wyoming could be looking at entering into an agreement with HISA? If our memory reflects correctly, it still has to be a legislative action in order for this to go forth to contractually agree with HISA. Is that?
President Davis, that's partially correct, and I apologize for being that way. the way it is currently structured, we do not have the authority, legislative authority, to pay for the HISA charges that they have. So that would be a legislative change. Now, if any one of the three permittees would like to accept all that and take that on, they can do that. And I think at this point, and I have not had an opportunity to visit with Wyoming Downs or Wyoming Horse Racing lately on this, or 307, but I think they do have some significant costs that are related with that. I think we have some potential logistics, you might say, with employees and staffing, medical directors and different things with the Cowboy State. It's difficult to get a lot of these people. The fact remains that when we do RFPs for veterinarians, we get one application in the state. So I think we're still a ways off. I think that's a bigger discussion, President Davis, that we need to have. And it would be my preference that we continue forward with this change to Section 6, I believe it is, the Breeders' Award Program, but continually look at revising the remainder of the chapter.
With that said, is there any more questions, discussion? I believe we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Glasses back on. Okay, now we will proceed to Chapter 1, Introduction into the Skill-Based Amusement Technical Standards.
The first item would be Skill-Based Amusement Game Rules, Draft 7.6-08.16.22. I do have some additional suggestions here. If I could get someone to pass these out, help me here. Brandy or Dee or Nick, somebody. Here's one for you. Oops, better save me one. I got him. Thank you. Nick, we need to go this way. Sorry. Mike's got them, everybody.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Commissioner Daigle.
while they're handing these out, if I could just get some clarification from Director Moore, the packet, the rules that were handed to us this morning, that is your .8 version, the most recent? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you
that
very
is.
much.
Yes. And Dr. Barry, you were emailed these additional items yesterday, I believe.
Yes, I got them.
Thank you, sir.
So if everybody's got their handouts and everything, then what we're proceeding with first, Charlie, is that the skill-based amusement games technical standard?
No.
No. Okay. 'cause that's-
Skill-based amusement game rules, draft
Rules.
7.6-07.01, excuse me, 7.6-08.16.22.
Okay, if you'll lead us down the path here then, please.
Yes, thank you. Chapter 1. Since our last, and again, we're getting close to the end of this process, just to let a lot of you folks know in the room here. It's been a long process, and we are getting very, very close, in my opinion, to the end of this. Chapter 1, 1-1. Again, the majority of the red line that you see today in here is just grammar, punctuation, and it's not substantive, very minimal. So starting off on line 12 and 13, at the end of line 12, we added a comma, and then on line 13, we added and upon, striking the period, and then continuing on with the rest of that sentence. At the bottom of that same page, 1-1, removed any of the following items and then just listed tablets, personal computers, smartphones, or mobile phones. On the next page, at the top of the page, line 1, 2, and 3, struck that language. The remainder of the page stayed the same. Turning to 1-3, on line 3, removed, or excuse me, it was a punctuation correction, I believe here. Yes. Lines 6 and 7, deleted the and just put or, builds a skill-based amusement game, comma, skill-based amusement game components, struck the and then or associated software. Excuse me. 13 and 14, we just referenced the statutes instead of what we had in there. The remainder of that page, we removed an S on line 27. Moving on to the next page, and by the way, I think commissioners, if it's all right with you, I'd like to take these chapter by chapter and have a motion for each chapter and then move to the next. On the next page, 4-1, lines 5 and 6. We struck the remainder of that piece. We removed any game played for prizes of nominal value with a retail value no greater than $40, such as. And we've had a tremendous amount of discussion internally and with the confusion with this. And so, because then would anything over $40 be a skill-based amusement game? Well, not necessarily, no. And so we felt like it was much cleaner to remove that in working with the Attorney General's office and cleaning up this language. So that is the reasoning. I'm not sure Mr. Kaler could maybe allude a little more on this if it's necessary, commissioners. And then we, again, on lines 10, 11, and 12, we removed the language and then we inserted there on line 12 that do not qualify under the regulatory framework found in Wyoming statutes 1125-301 through 1125-306. On lines 14 and 15 in that same chapter, 1-4, we removed the standalone establishment language. And that is the end of chapter 1.
With that, I would be entertaining the motion to approve Chapter 1 with the changes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Chapter 1 with the changes.
Second.
And moved and seconded by Commissioner Cavella. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Discussion? Discussion?
Second was Commissioner Cavella.
Discussion?
What?
Discussion?
Oh, discussion. Skip the vote.
Commissioners and
We'll just
public.
go to discussion. We have any discussion online? Any discussion from the audience? Up, Jonathan?
Just briefly, Mr. President, when we get to Chapter 5, Section 6, we'll probably have some public comments on that portion, but as far as what was distributed, but just wanted to make sure we were still going to be able to do public.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. With that, without any further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Charlie, if you would continue with Chapter 2, License and Permits.
Thank you. Chapter 2, License and Permits. On page 1, you have on line 11, just a space removal. On line 18, a deletion of the capital P, and then a comma was placed in there. On line 20, again, punctuation. 23 and 24, removal of, in the last, on lines 23, removing the doings, making it singular. 24, singular as well. No other changes. 2-2, Section 2, licensing permits, fees, and applications. On lines 9 and 10, corrected, removed operator, replaced it with vendor, and then removed at a minimum. Line 15, we added the language and then there was a deleted line after that. On line 19, deleted for profit. And on lines 27 and 28, removed the language at a minimum. 2-3, no changes. 2-4, removed on line 16, removed crime. It now reads a felony involving physical harm to a person. On line 18, removed gang related and left it as intimidation. Line 20, we removed the language criminal and just a crime involving perjury or falsification. 2-5, line 8, the applicant has initially, and then we inserted, failed to disclose the existence or identity of other persons who have control of the applicant as required by these rules. On line 13, we inserted again, or any applicant in the new language or the additional language, state or federal laws. The remainder of that page is just a punctuation correction. 2-6, line 16. We added the language at the end of the sentence there, or the end of the line. We added on a form prescribed by the commission. On was added. No other changes. 2-7. On line 10, we added, I think we corrected some capitalization that was there, but it's not showing up in this, but it's a report and number. 2-8, no changes. That it concludes chapter 2.
Thank you, Charlie. At this time, I would be looking for a motion to approve Chapter 2 as presented.
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Cavella. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Kura? Oh, Commissioner Kura seconds. Discussion? Anything online, Nick? Anything from the public? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. All right, Charlie, Chapter 3, Taxes and Payments.
Thank you. Chapter 3, Taxes and Payments, Section 1, on line 8. The taxes imposed may be prepaid. We removed the hyphen and the and, then added comma, provided that, and then we went on to continue with the language. Line 11, we added and, again, just some simple changes. On page 3-2, line 7, just simple clarification language there, corrections. Line 9, commission tax identification number was added and removed the WGC. Next page, 3-3, line 10, spelled out 48. The same concern, spelled out 48 on line 15, and then we removed pursuant to 1125-304. And then finally, on 3-4, taxation requirements, each vendor and operator shall, comma, at all times, comma, comply with any, we added the language, any Internal Revenue Service IRS requirements for reporting and withholding procedures from skill-based amusement games. That concludes that chapter.
At this time, I'd be looking for a motion to approve Chapter 3 as presented.
I would move approval of Chapter 3 as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Daigle. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Wildcat? Thank you, Commissioner Wildcat. Discussion? Nick, anybody out there on any comment from the public? With that, all in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Charlie, Chapter 4, game approvals, qualifiers, etc.
Thank you. Chapter 4, game approvals, qualifiers, limitations, vendor and operator requirements. In Chapter 4, we did have a deletion, and with that deletion, we moved it to another section with some new language. So, line 4, removed operators. Line 10, removed additional language. This was added. Moving on to the next page, once a skill-based amusement game has been approved, we added the language, it is approved in that form until the party seeks to modify the game or it is otherwise rendered unapprovable by the commission. This means skill-based amusement game approval will carry over year to year unless it is modified. Modifications for purposes of these rules do not include replacements or updates of cabinetry, screen, or power cords. Further down, we had some restructuring and some relettering, and we did remove the and on line 29 and replaced it with or. Flipping to the next page, again, some relettering corresponding with the earlier page appropriately. 4-4, the same situation, just some corrections in the lettering. On 4-5, at the top of the page, line 2, we removed the or and or. We did the same thing on B, but we removed the, on line 2, we removed the or. On line 5, we removed the and. left or. Then on lines 18 and 19, we removed the language standalone retail establishment. And then G, felt like this was not an appropriate section. So I would ask the commissioners to delete G in its entirety. And then it will be moved over a similar version to Chapter 5. The remainder of, we're now on 4-6. Line 13, punctuation. Line 14, again, punctuation corrections. Lines 20, 21, and 22. We must have had some redundant, I'm not sure this is the language that's in there is correct, but we're deleting one piece that says the same as the next. So I think that was an error in copying over. The remainder of that page is good. Moving on to 4-7, section 7A, a correction, capitalized operators, and then made that plural. On 9, operators must provide notification. Line 13, we add a compliant form shall be provided to the commission and made available to each establishment. This is in the player protection and complaints. The remainder of that chapter is good. 4-8, no changes. 4-9, correction in the section. Section 10 is vendors, and then relettering it. Again, section, on line 17, we removed section 10 and put it to the appropriate section. Moving to the next page, 4-10, again, section corrections. And just to let you know also, when these rules go through these several iterations, it's extremely complicated at times, and we had some troubles getting those to track over and getting those to accept those. So that is part of the problem that we've run into in some of this process is getting them correctly moved in different places. And some of these corrections that shouldn't have been there from the start. On lines 14, spelling out $5,000 and then putting it in the front end and removing dollars on the end, removing the language with the intentions, put in there to cover the liability as determined under Wyoming statutes 1125-304. Again, moving on, relettering. And the remainder of the next page, 4-11, no changes.
You go to 4-2.
Yep.
This is duplicative here. This is the same.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Commissioners, if you would turn back to 4-2, I see what had happened here. We have duplicated, again, in some of the transitions and moving these from different documents. We didn't delete, we moved the language up to J, and I is a duplication and should not be there. That should have been removed a long time ago. Gotcha. That's 4-2, lines 16, 17, 18, and 19 should be deleted on your copy.
With that, Commissioners, I would be looking for a motion for section number 4 here with the changes and corrections.
So move.
Been moved by Commissioner Kura. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Daigle. Okay, at this time, we'll have a discussion. Nick, is there anybody out there? Anybody from commission?
Just a quick question on section 1J, talking about the carryover of an approved game. Is there any documentation required when somebody takes a game out of service to notify the commission? Do we not want to require anything, an update year to year? It's just an automatic approval?
That's on page 4.
Could you repeat the question?
Section 1J, we were just on that page.
Okay.
Is there any documentation required when an operator, vendor, somebody takes a game out of service? So we're not carrying over a license on a game that's no longer there?
President Davis, Commissioner Wildcat, they do notify us when terminals pulled out of service. And we also see that it's reflective on the tax reports, because then it'll go dark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Commissioner Wildcat. Is there any discussion from the public? Any further questions? I would entertain, I think there is a motion out there. Those all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Same sign. With that, Charlie, we'll proceed with chapter 5.
Yes, Chapter 5, Skill-Based Amusement Games Standards. On the first page, 5-1, we removed the language on line 22, laboratory report. Up above there on line 11, remove the IE, laboratories, qualifications, experiences. On page 5-2, 3 and 4, removed without violating any trade secrets, patents, or proprietary information. We removed that language. Line on 18, restructuring with section 2, relettering. Moving to the next page. 5-3, again, the upper part was all basically relettering. On lines 11, we added the language ensure the play. We added play limits established by the statutes can be met. Again, relettering. And then at the end here on lines 19, 20, and 21, we added the language gaming account review. The independent gaming laboratory will verify the integrity and accuracy of the game's accounting meters to ensure the information needed to calculate revenue and taxation is accurate. On lines 22 and 23 and 24, game interruption recovery testing. The independent gaming laboratory will verify whether a game will respond properly to a series of possible game interruptions scenarios. And again, a lot of this was bringing the language up and renumbering it. On the next 2 pages, we deleted the same language. On 5-4, you'll see the deleted language, which I just mentioned at the top. Further down on lines 20, skill-based amusement games shall, we removed use, except cash or cash vouchers only. Restructuring, section 4 from section 3. And I think I passed over chapter 5, section 3, inserting new language. And the new language in the handout you'll see would be chapter 5, section 3, new language, inserting a skill-based, and I'll read this, it would be E. You would add E after line 20. And this is the staff's suggestion. A skill-based amusement game shall not depict content that, and then little I, is derived from or based on product that is currently or primarily intended or marketed for the use by persons under 21 years of age. Or II depicts a subject matter or material that, -1, is offensive or sexually explicit, 2, offensively portrays persons based on race, religion, national origin, gender, or sexual preference, semicolon, or contains any other content deemed inappropriate for skill-based amusement games by the commission during the approval process. A note here, Mr. Kaler has not had an opportunity to review this language. He will with the conclusion of today if you authorize the insertion of this. And if you go back to EI, so what is content that is primarily marketed to persons under the age of 21? That would be SpongeBob SquarePants. That would be Dora the Explorer, those kind of things that are trying to entice children to play on gambling machines. And again, this is very similar language that would be pulled over into the HHR rules that are coming in the near future as well. And this is also very consistent language across the board in the majority of states that do offer, whether it's skill-based amusement games or whether it's any kind of gaming in the country. In fact, this was, I believe this part of this was pulled from the Nevada. Moving on, section 4, I think we just covered that. 5-5, we've continued on to reorder the sections. On section 6, if you'd look to your, I've got to look at all my dang handouts here. Make sure I'm not missing something here. If you look at one of your handouts here that was staff suggestions, chapter 5, section 6, the central monitoring system. At the bottom of the page, 5.5 is where it starts, goes into 5-6. And this language has not had the opportunity to be reviewed by the Attorney General's office. As you can see, minor corrections in the copy that you have today, and the additional language would go below D. It would be Roman numeral at 1, and it would read, skill-based amusement games operating in Wyoming shall have the ability to communicate with the central monitoring system using the slot accounting system, SAS protocols, serial communication protocol version 6.02 with the EIA-232 physical interface. And again, as I had mentioned, this would need to be reviewed by Mr. Kaler as well, AG's office. And this language, so you know, is consistent with skill-based amusement game protocols that are currently being used, I believe, in Georgia and some other states with the central monitoring system. And as we talked about during our last commission meeting, it's incredibly important that we get a central monitoring system, and we are currently working on an RFP for that product. That concludes Chapter 5, Commissioners.
I would be looking for a motion to approve Chapter 5 with the modifications of the yellow sheets and the AG's opinion. At this time, public comment?
We need a motion.
We need a motion first.
I would move approval, if I may, Mr. President, I would move approval of Chapter 5 as presented, including the revisions.
Been moved by Commissioner Daigle. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Cavello. Any comment, commissioners? Nick, anybody on the internet? The public, please.
Mr. Chairman, Jonathan Downing, on behalf of Pace-O-Matic and Cowboy Skill, I'm joined with Katie Brown and Frank Fina. I'll turn it over to Katie if that's okay, Mr. President.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Katie Ames now, and I have trouble with that too. And Mr. Chairman, through you, can you hear me? It's red, mine might be off. Oh, is that better? Okay, thank you. So I'm one of the attorneys, as you guys know. So I have a few concerns looking at this. I'll start with the staff suggestion, which is Chapter 5, Section 3, the new language insert. I know Director Moore said that Mr. Kaler has not had an opportunity to review this, but my review of this and my concern as an attorney is I feel as if this is really broad and kind of vague. You know, the way that I might define offensive or sexually explicit is very different than everybody in the room, right? If I gave everybody a piece of paper and said, write down what you think that means, it would look different for everybody. My job as an attorney is to be able to advise my clients on what they need to do to follow the rules. And so when I look through this, I don't know what I would tell them to make sure that they're in compliance. So my suggestion on this would be, I think we need more concrete guidelines just so everyone's clear on what we need to follow and what we need to do to make sure that we are in compliance. As everyone is aware, these machines and software are really expensive. So we don't want to keep going back, changing things. We want to get it right and we want to be in compliance. But I need to know what to tell my clients to do that so that they can be able to comply with this. So that is my concern with that section. My second concern is if you look at page, it's 5-2 and it's line 3. It has been suggested that you delete the language that says the report should certify with specificity, and then the deleted section is without violating any trade secrets, patents, or proprietary information. I'm not sure why we would remove that. With the software in these, I mean, every single person in this industry has proprietary information in their software. It's all really expensive. Why we would be disclosing that in public reports, giving that out, I mean, that's bad for business and bad for competition. I don't know why we would remove that. I think that's a good thing. I think that should stay in there. I think that's good for every business in this industry. So I would suggest not deleting that, leaving that in as well.
And Mr. President, since Mr. Kaler has not seen some of this, I mean, we'll follow up later also, if that's okay.
It's the same. Go ahead.
The thought on this one is, if you look at the language, it says a report and certification shall certify with specificity. So, and then it says without violating any trade secrets, patents, or proprietary information. I think the idea is that the reports for the commission to rely upon those are going to have proprietary information within those reports. And then if you look down at the kind of the last sentence in F, it says the commission shall maintain all trade secrets, privileged patent information, or proprietary information. So the idea is to have the commission be able to see it and review it, but they still have that obligation here to keep it confidential. I think that's the idea right there, because otherwise the commission would be reviewing a report that's watered down, that they don't fully understand how it works. And so I think every lab report that the commission has seen to this point arguably does contain that information. And so this would prohibit that information from being in lab reports. Now, again, it's still confidential here. And then also in the Public Records Act, there's still the prohibition that the commission shall not disclose any proprietary trade secrets, things like that, if they get a public record request. So I think the idea is here, protect all the information, but let the commission see that information within the lab report. That was the rationale.
Thank you, Mr. Kaler.
President Davis, commissioners.
One last comment to Chapter 5, and this is the recommended amendment to Section 6, the central monitoring system section.
One moment.
Certainly.
What would you like us to do with 3 and 4? Are you going to redact your, about wanting those in there? Did Mike meet your,
So with section 3, with the new language, my concerns still stand, and that's the ambiguous, the staff suggestion one I'm looking at on the yellow page.
no, I'm talking about line 3 and 4 on 5.2, where you wanted us to reinsert with the struck language.
And Mr. Chair, through you, I do still have concerns. I understand Mr. Kaler's rationale. He and I have not had an opportunity to discuss this in detail. This is something that I just obviously was presented with. I think he and I could probably work through that together, but I would be okay with this revision at this time.
Okay.
President Davis, if I could follow up on that. For the last several years, we have not had any issues or any concerns with any of the other activities as far as confidential reports. You know, we just, everything is kept confidential unless otherwise stated. In the gaming industry, in any kind of industry of this type of level of oversight, it's expected. We have to have the information which you all provide, and that's not the problem. So it is my opinion, I agree with Mr. Kaler on this deletion, and I think it is very clearly covered in the last sentence, Commissioners.
Okay, that just clears it up for me. Now we'll go on. Thank you.
Chapter 5, Section 6, there's been an addition made in a handout here today, which would require all skill games to become unified with the slot accounting system protocol. I'm going to ask one of our engineers who's very intimate with this feature to discuss it in detail in a moment. But if I can give you a rough overview of this, this is an invention of IGT, International Gaming Technologies, which is the single largest producer of casino slot machines in the world. It is a system that is designed to monitor casino slot machines. The very name of it, slot accounting system, makes that relatively clear. The addition of this to skill games is not common. It is not nationwide. It is candidly a sea change in these rules. It is a provision that, as a technical matter, would require the shutdown of all of our games in the state of Wyoming and probably 2 years of reprogramming to become compliant with this. I respectfully would assert it would achieve little or nothing beyond what the rule previously required. The previous provisions of this rule, the central monitoring system requirements, were more than adequate in ensuring that accurate information could be relayed to the commission. We, in fact, have such a system that works very well, and I know has been offered to the commission to access and be able to utilize. We would ask, I mean, I'll be very candid, we would ask this be deleted from these rules as unnecessary and burdensome. With that, I would turn this over to Glenn Carter, who will introduce himself. He's testified here previously. He can tell you his background and go into extraordinary detail about the slot accounting system and what would be required to implement this system in Wyoming.
Okay, it won't be, Director Moore, President Davis, Commissioners, it won't be extraordinary detail, but hopefully enough to get the point across. I have worked with the slot accounting system somewhat in the past. both at Pace-O-Matic and a previous company. My two colleagues here, Shakti and Jack, have worked on it extensively, especially Jack. In fact, the three of us probably have code that's running in some of the casinos in this state right now that we have written. So we understand SaaS and we understand casinos and how it all works. But there are a couple of concerns. For one, you've added the need to this document to implement the SaaS protocol for a central monitoring system, but I haven't heard yet that the central monitoring system has been chosen. So essentially you pick the protocol before you pick the system. So you say, this is how you're going to talk to it. So now you're limited to only the systems that use that protocol. So that's something to consider. Generally, it's the other way around. You get the system and then you talk to it in the language it understands. And then the other thing is, if I may correct you a little bit on Georgia's use of SaaS, which Georgia does use SaaS, but they use a very tiny subset of SaaS to talk to intralot servers. And I know because I worked on that. The SaaS specification has hundreds, if not thousands, of commands that have to be implemented, and they are extremely elaborate, very difficult to test. IGT doesn't even provide a server for you to work against. You get a little laptop application that you have to program against, and then cross your fingers that it works when it goes to the test lab. And it's very elaborate. And every casino seems to have different behaviors in their networking so that the timing is different. And so, but anyway, that aside, I would consider tabling this just for the fact that you don't know, unless you know what your system is and you know that's what you need to do, I would table this until you know what your system is. And if it ends up being something like what Georgia has that's developed by Intralot, then that's a very tiny subset of SaaS, nothing near the whole specification. And if you ever go with a full SaaS implementation, it's a couple of years to implement if you're doing it in your system. And I know, because I know people that have done it. I know companies that have done it, and we worked on it. You can buy libraries that already implement it and talk to those libraries, but even then you cut your development time in half, so it might be 6 months to a year instead of a year or two.
I'd like to also add, if I might, Mr. President, and Commission, that please excuse our bluntness on this and our sort of direct speaking on this. This is the first time we're seeing it. And, you know, on something this, I think, of level of importance, we would have expected to see it before. So we're responding rather bluntly and directly because this is a big deal and perhaps not something that we should have been seeing in the middle of a meeting here today.
And I second that. If I was blunt, I would.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Barry.
I've read this and reread it about 5 times, and I'm not seeing any specification of a certain central monitoring system in these rules. It just says a central monitoring system. It doesn't designate any specific central monitoring system that I can see. Maybe you could point that out to me.
I believe that's the question we have right now.
President Davis, that's absolutely correct. These rules require one and set parameters of one for one, but has not selected that system as of yet.
So you're saying that using the slot accounting, the SaaS, is a pre-selection without actually knowing how it's going to apply? Is that
Well, you
right?
could ultimately choose a system that doesn't use SaaS. For example, S2S, that's another accounting system that's used for gaming machines. It's been used in Oklahoma, and there are others. So the first step generally is you determine what your system's going to be, and then based on that, you implement the protocol the system understands. But certainly don't say, here's 2 years of work to do, and by the way, we don't know what system you're going to talk to yet. and it may not use that one.
Mr. President, if I may be so bold as a non-engineer, my understanding is, and I think this is accurate, is that first you implement a system, which is sort of the hardware and the parameters, and then you put what language the system will communicate in, the computer language. So the slot accounting system is that language. We're like picking the language before. It's like, you know, after the fact, we're going to say that everyone in Paraguay should now speak German without, you know, the cart before the horse. But notwithstanding whether we realign the cart and the horse, our position is that this system, the slot accounting system, is not an appropriate one for Wyoming.
Thank you. Charlie, do you have comment?
Yeah, again, thank you, President Davis, and thank you for your comments. I think first and foremost, you know, we need to identify that the SAS protocol is probably the most highly used protocols out there for accounting systems in North America and throughout the world, probably. It's been in place for a number of years. It's very good protocols. Now, again, you know, as you stated, this is the first time you'd had an opportunity to see this. Anytime you look at something for the first time, that's the first time you have an opportunity. We want to get it out there. We want to have the discussion. I'm very respectful, and I appreciate that, and the commission appreciates that. Maybe we have got the horse behind the cart or vice versa here on this situation. But we still need to have, at the end of the day, whatever is selected, and that will be selected prior to expansion of skill-based amusement games. We need to have that connectivity. We need to have the best connectivity that we possibly can. We need to have the best system out there. You're operating in Georgia currently, so you are operating under SAS protocols to a lower level, it sounds like from listening to you.
I believe it was 15 commands
Yeah.
that Interruption requires.
So you are currently operating under that?
Sir,
under
we do
15
not,
commands?
we do not operate in Georgia. We do not operate skill games.
Then maybe I have the wrong state. Maybe it was Tennessee.
We don't operate in Tennessee
Okay.
either.
Well, thank you for clearing that one up.
I think
For now.
But I believe where it is being operated, from the information I have, is in some state. But either way, I think at the end of the day, I think maybe it's appropriate, commissioners, to continue to visit this, look at this, and table this maybe at this point.
President Davis?
Go ahead, Commissioner Wildcat.
If I could make a suggestion that this particular section right here, that this be removed from the rules and moved over to the tech specs, that would be better suited there. Because I believe this covers with the central monitoring system requirement in the rules, that's fine. But I'd like to see those tech specs there, and I'm familiar with the SAS system also. And the capabilities of it are very beneficial. But I would recommend moving over to the tech specs.
So then what I'm hearing then is that we would, there's a motion to move I out of this section 5, or chapter 5. We have.
President Davis,
have a
are
motion.
you good with the remainder of the chapter?
Yes.
Okay. I think you have a motion.
We have a
On
motion
the, on
to
the
approve
floor.
chapter
and a
5 right
second,
now.
as presented. So it would,
We would have to amend the motion, or,
We have more people want to talk to.
okay, let's hear further discussion. Mr. Agobi? Nick?
Thank you, President Davis, members of the commission. Nick Agopian, I represent Grover Games, and that's a manufacturer of both skills and HHR games, and then SNC Vending and Bank Shot Games. First, going back to the first edition, I think it was the confidentiality. It would be a question if it's appropriate for Mr. Kaler, and I think I raised this before, would it make sense to just to include a statutory reference as is being done with some of the other definitions as it relates to confidentiality and the business confidential information or proprietary business information, where if I've understood correctly in the context of oil and gas, the operator, the individual submitting information to the state would identify to the agency receiving it that they are including proprietary business information with the expectation that it be, this is key, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it be reviewed to determine if it met that standard. That review of the material and the establishment that it's met that standard is the line to hold if there's a public information request that would ensure that my thought is simply, if there's proprietary information being submitted, the onus on the operator, the submitter, to identify that and ask that it be reviewed. That information would then be marked by that individual, but ultimately, it's my understanding, and I would stand to be corrected certainly, that it's the Attorney General's office that makes that determination if it rises to that level to be withheld during a public information request review.
Mr. President. Yeah, I think it's, Mr. President, Mr. Gopian, yeah, I think, ultimately, certainly the Attorney General's office reviews all information and advises the commission on whether or not to release certain information. And things like this, the general practice is we would say, okay, we have this request, we would notify the operator, the manufacturer, the vendor, whoever's information that is that would have an interest in the released information. We would give you a chance to weigh in. We would take that into consideration and then ultimately advise the commission on whether or not a certain document, whether it's redacted or in its entirety, should be released. And then there is a process through there's an appointed position, the state ombudsman that ultimately listens to those disputes. Now, certainly, there's potential language that could be added to say that, pursuant to the Open Records Act or the Public Records Act, this falls in as one of those exceptions. We treat that as such. And then to get to your point about the whole, the submitter of the information sometimes will say, hey, just so you know, we're submitting this as a confidential document, which is good. But the challenge here is sometimes, well, these lab reports, they're going to come in not from the manufacturer, but they're going to come in through a third-party laboratory. And so I don't know how that would work when the manufacturer is not the one that's submitting. I mean, they're submitting it on behalf of somebody else. I mean, certainly I think the idea is lab reports are confidential under the act. So maybe just a blanket statement like that.
Mr. President, Mr. Kaler, I think what I was proposing was probably similar to what you're discussing, a belt and suspenders kind of approach to just make sure we're identifying there's a clear expectation. I think I agree with you that a detailed review of some of these lab reports would likely warrant those protections. So maybe you've already taken considering your motion to put some of that language back in that may address it. The only thing that I would see would just be that statutory reference, but the commission or you don't find it necessary. My understanding of the process based on your description.
Okay.
Where it's at. Just to talk to the Chapter 5, Section 6 Central Monitoring System. At this point, and just generally with the rules going forward, my client's comfortable moving the rules package forward as proposed. 6 subsections of line added or added into the technical standards. So just, we are more focused, and I think that I'm at risk of sounding like a broken record to this commission. We're ready to move forward. We're comfortable with the direction we're going. We don't see things in these rules that would require any substantive changes in process of a formal rulemaking. We would anticipate anything that would have to kick it back out for substantive change. So I would hope that my comments would stand. It's also my understanding on this SAS protocol, not only on as the commission is looking at its own back end or its own centralized monitoring system. I think the comments were made about HHR as well as skills. It's my understanding that our software package on the HHR side would also work with this SAS protocol. Or it would be reasonable to develop the code to allow us to work. My understanding. With that, I stand for any questions, and I appreciate the commission's time.
Thank you, Nick. Commissioner, any questions? Okay, thank you. Any further comment? Yes, you may.
Thank you, President Davis. Commission, just in response, a little bit more about the slot accounting system. It is the largest system for casino-based slot machines in the country. It is the standard for that industry. That is not the skill industry. As we spoke about, I believe in June, there are skill games that are based on slot platforms that are produced by companies such as Grover Gaming that produces games of chance, games utilized in casinos. That is not our company. We do not produce such games. So there will be games that can easily access the slot accounting system. That is not true across the board for skill games, nor, I will reassert, is it common in the skill game industry to the extent it exists, which is not huge across the country, but it does exist. This is probably one of 7 states where it exists legally. But again, it is not common in any of those 7 states, nor a requirement in any of those 7 states. So we are more than willing to continue this conversation. We're more than willing to provide our expertise to the commission and its staff, as we have been on every issue. But this is a significant matter. And just want to reiterate that for the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
staff or staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, so my question to you then is there a different kind of system that you have available or that doesn't require such significant resources to be brought to bear that would allow you to communicate with a centralized accounting system?
I believe there are such systems. I think the challenge for the commission is ensuring that the current, I believe it's 5 licensees, license holders, 5 types of skill games have been licensed in Wyoming, that all of them will be able to use one system in a fairly easy and seamless manner. I technically don't know the answer to that, and our technical people don't know that either, because we haven't done, forensic analysis or had deep discussions with the other licensees. But if I can be suggestive, that seems to me would be the way to go in pursuing what is the best central monitoring system, is to consult with the license holders, consult with the technical people for the license holders, and come up with the best solution. We've recently held a roundtable where we had 3 of the 5 license holders and representatives of the commission. I thought it went very well. We had a very open exchange of views. Most of it was centered on this same type of issue, which is requiring hardware and software requirements that are common in slot machines. To require those in skill games, we believe is not necessary and not constructive, not helpful to Wyoming. And I think continuing those conversations, including this issue, would be the way to go.
A little follow-up. So in my mind, you're not saying that the centralized system is something you don't agree with, just the communication system getting there at this point. is
Exactly.
One that's not, is not conducive to yours. So basically for you guys, it's a deal killer. At this point, you can't easily adapt to this system, but the others can, that we know of.
I think that's right, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I mean, we're fine with all the other language of the central monitoring system section. It existed before. We were fine with that. It's this provision, this addition, the red verbiage that was put in there that, from our perspective, is a real game changer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I must not have that.
Any further discussion?
Mr. President,
Go ahead. Commissioner Daigle.
if I may, I tend to agree with Commissioner Wildcat in that I don't feel that this is the place for this actual insertion, that the technical specifications may be a better place for it if we continue down that road. So my question would be to Mr. Kaler. I was the one that made the motion to approve with the revisions, inclusions. What is a better option? May I withdraw or may I revise?
Mr. President, the commission doesn't follow any, we don't follow Robert's rules to a T. We don't follow any sort of specific format. So realistically, anything that is just kind of made clear to everybody and that can be made clear in the minutes, and perhaps maybe just amend the motion to, I think, strike that language or delete that language from the rules, and then have somebody second, and then take a vote.
Charlie, what would be the cleanest for you? To vote on it and let it fall and then come up with another?
You know, either way would be fine, I think. You could do a friendly amendment to it and just amend it as simple as that. But before we go there, I'd just like to ask a hypothetical question of the skill-based amusement game people on Zoom and in the meeting here. So and this is, I guess, more logistics for me. So if we approve these rules as the way they're stated, it says here, the commission may procure a central monitoring system. Well, we have requirements that we have to go through RFPs, through advertising that, everything, and it comes back, and it's in the state's best interest to accept a bid, and it's a bid situation. It's in our best interest to accept a monitoring system that, again, hypothetically, it requires SAS protocol. So what are you going to do? Or what are we going to do, maybe more importantly?
Mr. President, there's already a proposed rule that's proposing SAS. And so when you're starting an RFP process, and this is as a former state employee, if you're already starting that process saying you want SAS, then you'll probably write it that way. Now, what I would ask in whatever system you use, and this is coming back from things that were before the Transportation Commission years ago, is that you have it in a process that's open to everybody and tries to be fair to all the participants in the marketplace. A slot-based spec for a skill game still is not going to work.
President Davis, if I could interrupt Jonathan here just momentarily. You're saying that the agency prefers SAS protocol. We want what's best for the state of Wyoming and monitoring of these systems. whether it's SAS, whether it's something else. If there's something better that's out there, we're fine with that. You know, so I want to clarify that real quickly, immediately here, that it's what's in the best interest of monitoring those games, whether it's historic racing or whether it's skill-based amusement games. We want the best system that serves the state and monitors that. So again, I'm asking, is there a better way to approach this? And that's, again, the same thing with historic racing. When we get into those same similar kind of issues, and we're trying to marry this whole system into one piece. So that's part of the dilemma that we have here.
Before I turn it over to Mr. Fina, that presupposes that marrying the system is going to be more efficient. And within the process itself, I appreciate that the director is committed to having an open, transparent process that's going to be fair and will not fence people out of the market through certain specifications. With that, Mr. Fina, if you have any other comments.
Director Moore, President Davis, Commission, I think that exactly what we discussed some moments ago is the answer to your question, Director Moore, and that is if you are in pursuit of the best system, the most efficient system, it seems to me that there's only one course to take, and that's to sit down with the stakeholders. You, of course, represent the state. The 5 licensees have a great deal of technical expertise, and they may be able to present you with a central monitoring system or various options that could be far more affordable and efficient than just jumping into the SAS system. I don't know that, but until we have those discussions and we go down that road and get into that level of technical expertise, which I candidly do not possess. I wish I did, but I don't. But we have people that do. And I think these other licensees do as well. It seems to me that that's a really effective way to get this done.
Thank you. You've answered my questions, and I think you've got a friendly amendment or a motion.
I just had a question, though. If we move it over the technical standards, would that be sufficient for the commission, for you and the staff?
To move this down the road?
I didn't want to.
No, I think that would work, yeah.
Okay. So a friendly amendment, please?
So, Mr. President, I would like to amend my motion to exempt the change that has been provided to Chapter 5, Section 3.
Just line item I? Or the
Yes.
whole yellow sheet?
Yes, I.
I?
Mhm.
Okay.
Is it Section 3 or Section 6? Oh, I see. Section 6.
Oh, sorry. I've got the wrong, right. Chapter 5, Section 6, Central Monitoring System, DI. It's to be removed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I was the second, and I will accept that.
Been moved. The friendly motion moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Are we good, Mike? Yes, Mr. President, we're good. Okay. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. At this point, Charlie, do we attack I and move it somewhere or just leave it out here in limbo and go on to 6?
It's fine where it is right now. We got
Okay,
her.
we like her.
We got her.
All right.
Chapter 6, Audit and Internal Controls. 6-1, minor changes at the top, as you can see. 6-2, typographical correction is the only change. 6-3, lines 16 and 17, struck the language which are operating in Wyoming, and we replaced it with in a format approved by the commission. Let me read that whole, for some reason that didn't seem right. Annually thereafter permitting, each vendor shall submit an annual report, comma, within 90 days of the vendor's fiscal year and reflecting all wagering activity as it pertains to skill-based amusements and games in a format approved by the commission. It'll be a very simple format. We lay that out in our requirements early in the chapters. Just some, we removed the language that was below there. Reordering. On the next page, 6-4, lines 4 and 5. Vendors must provide the commission with access to all such data upon request. And we remove the language within a time frame provided by the commission. Then on line 7, removed the S. Lines 11 and 12. On 11, it was removing the comma upon request and then removed within a time frame provided by the commission. The remainder of that page is just lettering corrections. Chapter 6 completed. 6-5 was just simple language corrections.
Is there a motion to approve Chapter 6 as presented?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Berry, seconded by Commissioner Daigle. Discussion. Anybody from the internet? Any hands up? Okay, any comments from the public? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried on Chapter 6. Charlie?
Thank you. Chapter 7, responsible play and advertising. Just some structuring here on the first page, no substantive or substantial changes. That chapter, it's a one-pager, folks, so it's easy.
Wow. The further into it, the easier it is. Okay, I would entertain the motion to approve Chapter 7 as presented. Commissioner Walcott moved. Is there a second? Commissioner, where'd you come from? Okay, been moved and seconded. Any comment from the internet? Any comment from the public? Hearing none. Commissioners, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Chapter 8, disciplinary actions and hearings. Again, on the first page, on line 5, we added the language or operators. Further down, we removed the language on line 18. There is probable cause to believe. 8-2, no changes. 8-3, no changes. 8-4, no changes. And 8-5, no changes.
At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve Chapter 8 as presented.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Rittenhouse. Is there a second to the anonymous commissioner?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Cavella, all in favor, discussion? Public? Hearing none, those in favor signify by aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Moving on, skill-based amusement game technical standards draft V 2.5-07.19.22. It is currently 5 minutes to 12. I believe we have food available for the commissioners to take a break. And it would be my proposal today that we table the technical standards today. I will rework those with the addition of what we had here from Chapter 5. Also, I have quite a few gone through. We did not receive a written copy of anything from the roundtable meeting. That would give the opportunity. I'd hope to have that, but we took notes and we have gone through several pages of the comments that were proposed. I would suggest tabling those technical standards at this point, and then moving to lunch and then picking up with the next item after lunch.
Is there a motion to table the skill-based technical standards and specifications?
I would move to table to a date to be determined. So,
A date to be determined? That would be the next meeting?
sure.
Okay.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Daigle, seconded by Commissioner Wildcat. Discussion? Nick? Hearing no discussion, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign.
Commissioners, how long do you want to take a lunch for? For the folks on Zoom and everybody else?
12:30?
Yeah, 30 minutes is.
30-minute lunch break. We'll resume
30
this
minutes.
meeting at 12:30.
We'll resume at 12:30. Thank you.
$29.98 with your promo code. Only $29.98. That's a $40 savings. Just like you, I have problems sleeping. That's why over 15 years ago, I invented my pillow. It took me 2 years to develop because I wanted it to have everything you ever wanted in a pillow. I made sure that you could adjust my back and fills.
Charlie, let's have a roll call, make sure somebody's here. Do I got some on?
Kelly, if you could do the roll call, please. He'll be here in a second.
President Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Cafello,
Yep.
Commissioner Daigle,
Here.
Commissioner Barry,
Here.
Commissioner Rittenholler,
Here.
Commissioner Kura.
Momentarily.
Thank you.
He's on his way from them.
Commissioner Wildcat
Here.
and Governor's Liaison Schiffer. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Kelly. At this time, Charlie, item number 5 in rules, number C, bingo and pull tab rules.
President Davis, would you like me to wait just a minute for Commissioner Kerr to return to the room? Or would you like to move on?
I would believe that would be appropriate. Oh, did you eat your brownie? Really? The lemon bar was good too.
Commissioner Davis, all commissioners are present.
At this time then, Charlie, let's proceed with item number 5, rules, bingo and pull tab rules.
Thank you, President Davis. Bingo and pull tab rules. What you have in your packet is the statutes, the enabling statutes for bingo and pull tabs. I had asked the question earlier in the week, well, I guess it was yesterday. There is a question whether we have rulemaking authority for bingo and pull tabs. And there's a couple ways to approach this. Is leave the statutes stand the way they are if we don't, or it could be maybe a real simple, just restating the statutes in our rules, so there's one, and the reason for that is having everything in one document, one file, one place. People can go to gaming, they'll have skill-based amusement games, they'll have historic racing, and they'll also have, excuse me. So it is a work in progress. Once I get to go ahead which direction, I plan to have these ready by the September 23rd meeting. It should be a relatively simple task to do that. And then also on the next page in your packet here, Commissioners, you do see the flyer that we've been distributing. We've been sending that out through different media sources, getting it out around the state. We're still struggling. I think Mr. Laramendi maybe has some information on how many nonprofits there are that would qualify. What was it? It was like 7,000. Yeah. And he reached out to the association and they sent out email blasts and several things to these different groups so they know that they are required to license. And again, just a reminder to everybody here that licensing bingo, pull tabs, and Calcutta, there's no fee associated with that. It's a non-fee structured. So we're utilizing Facebook, any kind of a media source to find different Calcuttas or bingo games that are out there. We're contacting them immediately, letting them know they need to fill out the licenses and get that to us as quickly as possible. So
are there, excuse me, Charlie, are there any fines if they don't get a license? If there's, what's the encouragement for them to have a license? Yeah.
Mr. Laramendi?
President Davis, I mean, the way that it looks, if they're operating bingo without a license, it would be felony professional gambling. Because they have to be licensed to conduct bingo. And if they're not licensed, they don't fall under the exception to operate bingo.
Same with Calcutta?
Correct.
And are those licenses perpetual as long as they have?
They are.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a one and done. I think the way that we had to put an end date on them in the system, so it's a 10-year license. But yeah, basically it's one and done. And then at the end of the 10-year, we can print a report that shows who's coming due and we can contact them, have them renew it.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. Commissioner Rick.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, I do want to speak to the staff and their, I guess, response to folks with respect to this. There's a lot of people that have different Calcuttas that I've been involved with in the past, and I have encouraged them to get licensed. They've done so through Mr. Laramendi and have been very pleased with the response and so forth. So kudos to you and your folks for getting those out and making people understand them and helping make people compliant.
Very good. Is there any other comments, Charlie, that our discussion here, I guess, how do we want to proceed as a board? Do we want to just use the Wyoming statute 6.7?
You know, President Davis, my recommendation would be to basically restate this in rules so we have it there for the public in one spot. Otherwise, a bit of the problem we have is we have our gaming in different entities. They're scattered between, 9, 11, and 6. So that's a bigger problem that will be taken up over the next few years, trying to combine everything, I think. That was a suggestion I'd made to Joint Appropriations Committee several meetings ago, but it's a bigger lift than a lot of people may be wanting to tackle right at this time. So my recommendation would be to do we can come up with a very simple set of rules. And basically what we're doing is restating what we have here and have those in rules, and I can have that to you very easily by the next meeting.
Okay. Now, I have a question for Nick. If we have them rules, will that set of rules go out with the application to the person applying?
President Davis, currently when they're licensed and depending on how they operate, we will send information, basically quoting the statutes, especially with bingo, because the bingo statutes really break down how much can be retained, how much has to be paid out, what they can pay to vendors. It's really specific in the statute. So we'll send that out with them to make sure that they understand that. And then on some of them too, we'll send out a letter that says, make sure that you're operating within the statutory guidelines. But once the rules get done, yes, that would be a part of it.
Okay, thank you. So we'll look for that next month, September. Okay.
Next item, 5, rules, historic horse racing rules and technical specifications. As I stated in the presentation here, historic racing rules were developed in 2014. We haven't come back through those other than one small change that we had to make a few years ago, and clarifying. The ARCI is working on historic racing model rules currently, along with technical standards. The following states, Kentucky, Virginia, Oregon, and Wyoming, have been participating in that process. They're in the infancy. So it's going to take some time, along with the technical specifications. Again, the technical specifications would be very similar to what you are seeing out there with the skill-based amusement games, which you've seen with a little higher level, because there's some different nuances with the technical specifications. I think one of our operators, when we get to the spot here, folks, would like to talk to you a little bit about a group that they've put together. But first, real quickly, as I said, I had hoped to have the technical specifications ready for today's meeting, but that didn't happen, and that's fine. So we'll continue to put together some first drafts, try to simplify, try to clarify things, and get those moving forward. I can't put together a timeline at this point on when that project would be completed, or at least, format for you all. It depends on our consultants that we have that assist us in some of these rules, and especially this piece right here. So work in progress, kicking it off.
Would anybody in the audience like to speak to this?
Afternoon, President Davis, Commissioners. My name is Pete Ligori. I represent Wyoming Horse Racing, but we just really didn't want to comment about the rules themselves, et cetera. It's more the process. The 3 operators have agreed that it's time that we get together and form an alliance and association, so that when we're working on things like this with the commission and other organizations, there's one voice. So hopefully that will streamline the process. So just wanted to at least indicate that we're looking to work together on this. I appreciate the opportunity to have working sessions with staff as needed, et cetera. So thank you.
Would there be any other comment from the public? Okay. So do we have a liaison between Kentucky and Virginia, or is that just ARCI going to facilitate this?
With the Virginia Racing Commission, it is David Ramon, director of the Oregon Commission. It is, I drew a blank. D, who's the auditor in Oregon? I just drew a blank. Do you remember? Either way. And then with Kentucky, it is their head of their compliance division that's doing that, and myself are working on this. So
Great, that sounds exciting. I do. Okay. So then, do we need to, are we going to chapter 10 then on the simulcasting? Or do you want to?
that was
just table this
informational,
whole thing?
commissioners. Chapter 10 is the simulcasting. And what you have there is highlighted where historic racing comes up in that chapter. We highlighted that in yellow, just for your information throughout there. It speaks about it. Primarily in that chapter is, would be section, oh, let me get to the end of it here.
And then I have to ask the question, Charlie, will HISA or HISA have any ramifications to any of this?
No, to answer your question, but it primarily the historic racing regulations are section 9, but also they go back to our Paramutual rules. They go to a lot of different spots. But as far as HISA affecting this, no, we're not.
Good.
And that's all I have for that piece.
Is there any comment from the web there, Nick? Any public comment from the public? Okay. So with that, we go to item number 5, the professional roping and rodeo events.
Yes, thank you, President Davis. Again, item number 5, the rules for professional roping and rodeo events. I would encourage, and we've already received a fairly substantial submission from Wyoming Downs, also from AMTOT. In your packets, you have the AMTOT information on how to maybe go about this. Mr. Steinberg and myself met with Wyoming Downs, a couple weeks ago? And just talked about it, how we can do this, how it would look. Part of our kind of a guidepost is also what they've done in Montana, where they do match bronc riding and wild horse ride definitions and different things. We also currently, any of the operators, we do have our roping rules that are in place. They could currently operate and do roping at any point. It's the rough stock events and some of those that are up for discussion. We talked about barrel racing. We talked about a lot of the different pieces of that, how to go about it, the ups and the downs, and the issues that we will have, or could have, I guess maybe would be a better way to approach it, and how to work around those, and not in a way to as a workaround, but more than anything as a how to be compliant. And had a very good discussion. I would request anybody else, any of the other permittees or anybody outside of those 3, if you have suggestions on rodeo and rodeo events, please submit those to us. Sooner than later would be good, because then we can start working through this and coming up with some draft forms. There was discussion early on, and we will, but at this point, let us put together kind of the first draft with the suggestions. And then once we have that first draft, and again, those are first rough drafts. Always understand that they're intended to put a lot of information out there, and ultimately you take a lot out. So then work with the stakeholders, work with everybody after that point to come up with some consensus and some ideas on how to deal with it. A couple of the issues that we spoke about, and Mr. Nelson or Mike, if you remember, if I missed something, please jump in. The licensing issue. With the most recent changes to our statutes, we are required to do background checks on everybody, all licensees. In the past, there was some language that had been interpreted over the years as potentially being a may, but it is very clear now that the cowboys, everybody will have to go through background checks. that will be an interesting piece to work through. But again, I think that at least as far as Wyoming Downs, I believe, is concerned, I think they've got some of that figured out. Registering, being part of a group, and having that pre-authorizations done ahead of time. Another thing was, the medication and the drug testing that goes on. And again, Dr. Barry, from participating in doing things and as a veterinarian, but also, Cactus and a lot of us here, it's a different scenario. So how do we split that and have that discussion to where there's a logical split in medication that's allowed or not allowed, and also the testing. I can remember years ago, somebody said, well, do we need to test the steers in the roping? And I'm like, I had a blank look because I didn't like my answer, which would be, I could see where that could happen. We've never done it, but how do we break that down? How do we address it? And how do we have a logical discussion on doing so? And then there's the barrel racers. Massive amount of participants in the barrel racing. How do we manage that? And things. And again, the licensing of the barrel racers, and the medication and testing that would come with that. We know what the horse racing side of the house has to deal with and the requirements for that. And we understand that, and it's all logical progressions that have gotten to the point where it is today. How do we do that? Do we do that? It's probably maybe even more of the question on a lot of these things. So it's going to be an interesting project. I would hope that we could get the rules together by next year. Would be the best way. This would give the opportunities for all the permittees or anyone else that wants to offer pari-mutuel wagering on roping and rodeo events an opportunity to be able to benefit from those rules. So it would be my intention to, you hate to put a timeline again on these, but I would rather have the rules sooner than later. And because we don't want to hamstring these operators and people with their potential growth that they're talking about. Because, the reality is, and you've mentioned HISA, is some of the doors have been shut. So there's other doors that open in life. Well, maybe we have a door that has shut here, or at least temporarily with HISA, as far as exporting signals and promoting pari-mutuel and horses in the state. But maybe this is another segue into opening up another piece of that for expansion. So that's all I have at this point.
I just have one point. What you're talking about seems to me, from my perspective, is changing the historical value of what rodeo really is. I mean, if you're out there testing the bulls, the horses, the steers, I mean, what are we doing to the historical value of rodeo and the sport of rodeo? And then the other part of my question, how does the PRCA or these other associations, how do their rules fit in? Or is there something we can modify in between, is my question.
To answer your second question first, Mike has already pulled the PRCA rules. And give you a little history, we mirrored in the roping events the PRCA rules. And then we took those rules because we knew the bar was set way up here, and then we cut them back down. So that would maybe be a similar process we would have here, maybe mirroring the PRCA, but then backing it down to where these smaller venues potentially could operate or not. So that would maybe be the approach. After that, I forgot what your first question, the historic value, excuse me, on that. Is the question that you're lowering the value of our roping events, or is it elevating the value?
No, I think it probably it relates to the rough stock events.
Or cheapening the events?
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain code of the West or whatever you want to call it out there, but what are we doing to the integrity of rodeo by regulating it? Is my bigger question on that, And would this apply to the ranch rodeos, all these small, my goodness, there's a rodeo event with every county fair, and it seems to me that we would be trying to regulate something that maybe we don't really need to, or that's just my opinion.
Yeah, thank you, President Davis, for that. We would only be regulating parimutuel activity on rodeo events. So if you chose not to, parimutual, those would continue the way they go. And I think there's some vision here of being a very specific events in the state. The reality is with rodeos is, Wyoming is the center in the summertime, at least for rodeos. You have the college finals, you have the high school finals here, and then we've got the daddy of them all also out there. So I think, to your question, or to your response is, or questioning is, we're not going to regulate the smaller rodeos. It would only be the events that are parimutuel and licensed by this commission. So from that point on, that would be someone else. PRCA does have in their rules, in their regulations, that they do not condone wagering on rodeo events. However, that has been in place for years, and PRCA rodeos in the state of Wyoming have been parimutuel wagered on for PRCA roping events have been wagered on for a number of years. So it's in the rules. It's a disclaimer on one of the first pages. At least I think it's still there. Mike's nodding, thank you. It is still there, but it's never been an issue with PRCA as far as that goes.
Cactus,
Mr. Chairman, just in regards to that, Commissioner Barry and I have been involved in an event down in Torrington for some time, the National Circuit Final steer roping, and we worked with Judy Horton over there, looking deeply before I was on the commission into doing the parimutuel. And although there's some hoops to jump through, it's certainly not impossible. But it's something that going in that you can get done. Do they all have to be background checked? Yes. That being said, if your group agrees that that's something they want to do and the Cowboys want to get involved, they'll get that done. It just opens up a whole new possibility of all your events being able to parimutuel things. It changes that standard rodeo timeframe because you need to have blocks of competitors that you can get to do the betting and stuff like that and stuff like that. But it is doable. We looked into it, and it could be very, very interesting for our state.
Any other comment? Eric, do you have anything to say?
Appreciate it, President Davis, Commissioners. Eric Nelson with Wyoming Downs. Let's push.
You're on. You're good.
Back on.
Got it.
Here we go. So a little history of rodeo from my standpoint is I've been involved with rodeo for years, and that's probably one of my favorite sports, even more so than even sometimes the horse racing. So the rodeo is really intriguing. We believe we can come with the rules and regs that protects the integrity of the sport. We've been working with AMTO. We've been working with professional producers right now. We've been to Wickenburg, all over the West. We've talked to Tom at the fairgrounds in Cheyenne. So we've put a lot of time and energy and effort in it. Meeting with Mike and Charlie was great. We have actually adopted chapter 12, and we put a lot of energy in that chapter there, so we can make sure that we encompass what currently is doable and what's possible, but it could be a whole industry that is unique, and kind of where the west begins and the west ends is between Cheyenne and Evanston. And so we can really promote that side of it, and I believe it's, could be a real game changer for the rodeo folks here in the state of Wyoming. But I'm not sure if you have any questions for myself, but we have, a lot of plans, a lot of work and energy, but it's more for the hobby side of it. From our standpoint, we just believe in rodeo and the folks that are involved in that industry. Any questions for me? You'll hear more as we develop it with, working with Mike and Charlie, and they're the conductors of this, and we need to get them information to them so we all can take a look at it, and hopefully Cactus, we can work with you and Dr. Barry, and you guys understand that part of the industry there, and look to get you some areas that we've all comments from Charlie and all, and have you take a look at it and make sure we're heading down the right road.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank
Any
you.
Questions from the commissioners? Thank you. All right, Charlie, we're headed to number 6, Wyoming Downs. Discussion number 6A, a request received March 3rd.
I will turn the next 2 sections over to Nick.
Nick, you have the floor.
President Davis, item number 6 is a request received March 3rd, 2022 to add 1 new math model and 2 new game themes to the Ainsworth platform from Wyoming Downs. The game themes are Drop Lock Sweet Tea and Drop Lock Deep Sea Magic. In your packet, you'll see the confidential report that includes the lab report. I can briefly go over it. The submission was put to the 18-point checkoff list. Everything appeared to be compliant in that. The takeout rates range from between 6.25 and 9.25%. The handicapping on these themes operate the exact same as they currently operate on the Ainsworth platform. Go a little bit further here. I should note that when this submission was received, it was received as Scientific Games, and like 48 hours after that submission was received, Scientific Games changed their name to Light and Wonder. So it's actually going to be Light and Wonder, not Scientific Games. That should be noted. I reviewed the lab reports, photos and video of gameplay. The submission appears compliant and similar to other requests of this type. The only other note that I would make is if the commission approves this request, Sci Games or what is it again? Light and Wonder would need to complete vendor licensing before they can operate. And I would stand for any questions on this submission if there are any.
Commissioners, do we have any questions? Hearing no questions, do we have a motion? Hearing no motions. Next item. No.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Covello and seconded by Commissioner Daigle. Left-hand commissioner, right-hand commissioner. That'd be easier. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion. All in favor signify by aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Item number 6B, Nick, if you could proceed there.
President Davis, item number 6B is a request from Wyoming Downs dated July 11th, 2022, requesting the approval of, I'm not sure why it's not on my thing here. It is 12 additional terminals at the Cheyenne Del Range site. Wyoming Downs request to add 12 additional HHR terminals to the facility located at 1345 Del Range Boulevard in Cheyenne. I received the new floor layout and placement, as well as the old floor layout and placement. There was nothing noted that would cause any areas of concern by the addition of 12 terminals. That would take the total approved terminals from that location from 133 to 150 on the floor. And I would stand for any questions on this one as well.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Nick at this time? Only question I have is, after listening to prior conversations, what action we should take here from the other county commissioners and community leaders?
There was no areas of concern brought by Laramie County on this.
Thank you, Nick. Is there a motion for approval?
Motion to approve the request by Wyoming Downs to add the additional terminals.
Okay, then move my left commissioner. Left. Second by the left. Any discussion? Should never eat lunch. That's it. Hearing no discussion. All in favor? Signal.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you, Commissioner Wildcat, for doing that. Item number 6C, Nick.
Item number 6C is a request received by Wyoming Downs dated July 11th, 2022, requesting a new OTB location at 63 Center Street in Rock Springs, Wyoming. Let's see here. On 7/11/2022, the commission received the formal request, the updated simulcast permits for 2022 and 2023, confidential financial statements, the feasibility study, render drawings of the floor plans, Sweetwater County Resolution 22-05-CC-05, which granted Sweetwater County approval. And it should also be noted that this building is owned by Wyoming Downs, so there will be no host facility licenses or anything like that. Wyoming Down request approval to open a new OTB located at 63 Center Street in Rock Springs, Wyoming. The new facility will offer 157 historic horse racing terminals, simulcast betting stations, and all the associated equipment. Sweetwater County Commission approval has been obtained. In your packet, you will see the resolution 22-05-CC-05 dated the 17th, or signed off on the 17th day of May in 2022. This resolution granted approval for Wyoming Downs to conduct Paramutual wagering on live horse racing, historic horse racing, and simulcast events within Sweetwater County, and it is approved until May 16th of 2025, at which time it will go back before the county commissioners. Also in your packet, you'll see photographs of the proposed location, as well as the floor plan layout, and also the simulcast permits as well are in here. Get back to the other part. Wyoming Downs has provided all of the required documentation, and the request is consistent with other submissions of this type. Additionally, Wyoming Downs holds a permit to offer parimutuel wagering in the state of Wyoming and remains in good standing. The commission shall use the following decisional criteria in the approval or disapproval: the permittee's general benefit to the state of Wyoming, the permittee's general benefit to the state of Wyoming horse racing industry, the permittee's integrity, the permittee's credibility, and the financial stability. It is important to consider the decisional criteria when considering all permitted events. Furthermore, on this one, I did not receive any areas of concern from Rock Springs PD or anybody else.
Thank you, Nick. At this time, commissioners, I would entertain a motion for a new OTB in Rock Springs.
So moved.
Did you make a motion, Commissioner Barry?
I did.
All right, Commissioner Barry and Commissioner Daigle. Oop. Commissioner Cavello. Cavello. Yep, you second. Right hand, right hand. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Item number 7, Wyoming Horse Racing, request received for 2 new Ainsworth cabinets. Go ahead, Nick.
President Davis, if I could have the floor just for a moment here.
You may.
Thank you. Sorry about that. In looking back through some of our approvals today, and I take full responsibility for this, we need to go back and revisit item number 5A, which is the rules, Paramutual, Chapter 8, Conduct of Racing, Draft V 4.3-07.28.22, with the insertion that staff suggested. Commissioner Daigle made the motion. Commissioner Wildcat seconded it. It was passed. And again, I fully apologize for this. Commissioner Davis needs to recuse himself on this. So with President Davis recusing himself.
He is. He has
On this.
not voiced his opinion.
We just need to do another vote, so.
Okay.
Redo the motion?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the way to, perhaps maybe just a motion to reconsider the approval, and then you'll have a motion, you'll have a second, and then President Davis, you would then declare that you're recusing for a conflict and that you will not be participating in discussion or the vote, and then put it to a vote with you recusing.
Okay.
Does that work?
That would be perfectly clear to me. Okay, is there a motion to reconsider item number 5A, Paramutual, Chapter 8, Conduct of Rules, Conduct of Racing?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Barry. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Rittenhouse. Is that right? Rittenhouse? Okay. Any discussion?
Any discussion from the public?
Any discussion from the public? None? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay, now I would consider a motion on item number 5A, Paramutual, Chapter 8, Conduct of Racing Draft, and I, as commissioner, would refuse myself.
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Barry, seconded
Second.
by Commissioner Daigle. All in favor?
Aye.
We'll discuss this to death. Oh. Take your eye back and we gotta have discussion. Any discussion? Any by the public? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by aye also. Make a note that Commissioner Davis abstained. Thank you. All right, now where were we? Back to Nick?
I would turn this back over to Nick. This would be item 7, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC. And also, just as a note, there's no conflict of interest on this item with the commissioners.
Thank you, Charlie. Nick, you have the floor.
1 second, I gotta scroll down 100 pages here. All right. President Davis, item number 7 is a request received March 29th, 2022 from Wyoming Horse Racing, requesting the approval to install 2 new Ainsworth cabinets, the A620-EVO and the A640, and the associated 10 new game themes, replacing older and retired units. This request mirrors a previously authorized submission provided by Wyoming Downs in 2020. In your packet, you'll see the confidential report and the included lab reports. Again, this case was brought before the commission. These terminals, these game themes, and these math models were brought before the commission in, actually, I think it was early 2020. The case originated in 2019, and the commission voted to approve these in, as soon as I find it. Let's see here. On May 10th of 2021. I re-reviewed all of the lab reports. There's no changes in the way that these math models operate. I re-reviewed the screenshots and the video of the gameplay. Everything is exactly the same. These were also compared to the 18-point checklist and appeared to be compliant in all 18 areas. These math models, just as a refresher, operate on a commission level from between 0.75% and 0.75% and 11% throughout. Based on the reference GLI reports and the previous submission, I concluded that there was no changes to them, and they appear to be in compliance with Wyoming State statute and commission rules. And I would stand for any questions on this one.
Commissioners, are there any questions for Nick at this time? Any discussion? Is there any discussion from the public? Any discussion from the internet? Okay. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve this. Or no, we have a motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. What? There's not a motion? Okay. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Commissioner Wildcat, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Daigle? Discussion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'd entertain, all in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carried. All right, 5-minute break. No. Item number 8, general commission business. Charlie, financial report, please.
Yes, thank you very much. In your packets, you'll see our most recent financial reports. One thing that I would like to note here on this, and this is through the end of the most recent biennium. Our original appropriation for the administrative side of our house was $2.3 million. During the biennium, the last 2 years, we had budget modifications of $686,000 and change for a total biennium budget of $3,045,702.56. We expended during the last biennium $2.6 million and change. We had encumbered $250,000 and unspent balance of $225,000. We overspent, obviously, our original budget by $245,000, but we underspent our projected modifications by $225,000. The primary effect of this and the cause of the additional appropriation, the different modifications that we had to do for our budget was in our 900 series, which is our contracted services with more live racing. It was also in our AWAC positions that we had. They're no longer AWAC positions. Of course, now they're all permanent positions, and we thank you all. Our modifications go through what we call a B11 process. That starts at the agency, that goes to budget division, then they move it over to the governor's office and then brings that back. So I guess, the end game on this thing is we underspent $225,000 over 2 years, which in my mind is a good thing. And it's through a lot of hard work from everybody in the office, but also you two commissioners as well, bearing with me on different things and stuff. So I'm very pleased with that. If you have any questions specific to our spending in different items here, feel free to, I'll answer those. Otherwise, we would need a motion to approve the budget as presented, and then a second, and then discussion, and then a vote.
Just one comment, Charlie. I think at the last meeting, we asked for this to be blown up to a little bit larger side to read.
Yes. And it was supposed to be printed, and for some reason, it didn't print out that way. It was set up, if you pulled up the electronic version, I think our electronic version has it the other way. And when it goes to print, it just automatically pulls it over. And I'm not smart enough to know how to work that.
Nick, could you be special agent in charge of? Thank you. I would be looking for a motion to approve the financial report with kudos to the staff. Been
Second.
moved by- Who moved it down? All right. All right, and seconded?
Here.
Okay. Been moved by, and here. All in favor? Oh, discussion? Any discussion from the public? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Wagering activity.
Item 8, General Commission Business, B, Wagering Activity. I would turn that over to D to report on the wagering activity.
President Davis and Commission, I will be giving you all an update on historic horse racing and live today.
Excuse me, can you pick,
sorry.
get close, there you go.
So I was able to attend my first live event, and I have one thing to say, that historic horse racing is still very much alive in our state. I witnessed hardworking staff, horsemen, and horses, and I had a wonderful time, and I look forward to attending more events in the future. So the live report that you guys have in front of you ends June 30th. However, at the time, Wyoming Downs was not done racing. So I did include those numbers in what I'm gonna provide to you today. So, and then Wyoming Horse Racing, of course, just completed their first week this past weekend, and they were only able to race on Saturday, so I didn't include that in this as well. So the total live handle for Wyoming Downs and 307 horse racing was 2.1 million, with 32,000 going to the state and 16,000 going towards the Breeders' Awards program. So historic horse racing saw a little bit of a decrease moving into the summer months. And I think that it's fair to say that the state of the economy sort of affected that, was a contributing factor to that. The total handle as of June 30th, and this is a big number, is 614,871,484. So, and then for 2021, the year ending June 30th was only at 478,378,000. So from 2021 to 2022, there was an increase of over $200 million. So simulcast and ADW have seen a total handle of over $3 million for the year ending June 30th. And Brandy will talk more about simulcasting and ADW here next. We are still on track to hit over $1 billion by year end. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. And if you don't have any questions for me, I do believe David will go over skill games and sports wagering.
All right, 1 second, let me get here. So skill games, for year-to-date, beginning January 1 through June 30th, 2022, we took in $2,590,390.19 in tax revenue. That was on 45.2 million in revenue collected by the vendors, and a payout of 32,262,000 in to the patrons. There was a significant dip between March and April of this year, which is, Dee and I were looking at that. We don't really have a good explanation other than potentially inflationary reasons. It did spike back up. And just to kind of add to that, the July number is just an overlap in how the weeks are reported. So that's actually probably only 3 days, July to July 3rd. So don't be alarmed by that very large dip there at the end. It should be pretty well within the mean, I would imagine, for July. On sports wagering, I just noticed that I have Caesars in here twice. Everything else should be up to date, but I believe FanDuel is missing off of that, and I'll try to update that soon. But we just broke over 100 million in wagers pretty recently. For the year, we've collected $252,000 in taxes. So we will go over that 300,000 in tax threshold that goes to the State Department of Health. Here, I would expect within a matter of weeks, to be honest. Wagers and revenues have declined, throughout the summer, which was kind of to be expected. I think the Pokes play this Saturday, and college football kicks off here soon. And everything should be probably looking towards breaking our records here in the next month to 2 months. And I will stand for any questions as well.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? Any questions from the commissioners? Any questions from the public? This time, do we need a motion, Charlie, to? Okay.
Informational.
Thank you. With that, then, item 8C, Breeders' Award. Randy?
Yes, thank you, President Davis, Commissioners. First of all, I'd like to say I'm glad to see everybody since I've been kind of MIA, so it's nice to be back in action here. I've kind of missed you, so that's saying something. But yeah, I kind of missed you. But what I wanted to stress here, first of all, is for racing in our breeders program, everybody in this room needs to really appreciate what this commission has done. And the operators. Racing in Wyoming is striving, it's alive and well. And that's kind of what the historic racing was meant to do, was bring the horse back in to racing in the Cowboy State. And I can honestly say with 100% certainty that is happening. I appreciate you going through the rules and making sure that those go through in a timely fashion. That way our investigators can really regulate this program and gives them the proper rules that are needed to do this. But just what this commission has done and what the industry's doing, like with Dee presented the numbers, hitting $1 billion overall in all things that we're doing. Not only is it Paramutual, but on the gaming side, we've really come a long ways. And I think you guys should be really proud of that and what you've done here and guided this industry. So I did want to let you know that. And also with the approval of the promotion of the accredited bred, I think it's important. We're not really a promotional agency. However, because we are the administrator of the Wyoming Bred Program, it is something that we need to show to the world and to the racing world and also to Wyoming. We should be very proud. You know, in 2021, we paid out 3.7 million to eligible owners, breeders, and stallion owners awards, making it the most lucrative state bred program per capita earnings in the nation. Let me read that again. Okay? The most lucrative state bred program per capita earnings in the nation. We run 4 months out of the year. That's something to be proud of. It's amazing. And I think that we need to get the word out there. I have people calling me all the time. How do you guys do it? You know, like I said, I worked in Texas for the quarter horse, one of the biggest associations in the country. I only paid out 1.3. We paid out 3.7 to over 270 head of horses. We had horsemen changing lives. We are changing lives by making people, families come together. They can now make the horses their primary, not their hobby, which it used to be their primary. You know, but then they had to go away from it because there just was no money. This industry's done that for them. Wyoming's done that for them. The accredited horses have done that for them. And they're not just running against other Wyoming breds. They're going out of state and being competitive. We have 65 new stallions in the state, standing in the state, bringing more in. It's just amazing, and we should be proud of that. And with the promotional, now we can get it in magazines. We can get it everywhere we need to, and let people want to be us now. I mean, and that's pretty amazing. So I just kind of wanted to start with that. As you can see, we had at the last meeting, we said that we were going to have the champion ceremony at Wyoming Downs on July 30th. We did. It was amazing with the thanks of Wyoming Downs, Judy Horton. I mean, you couldn't have done any better. We appreciate all that. We had over 400 attendees. They had their Horseman's Barbecue, and we did our awards with that. Thank you very much to Commissioner Kura, who came and enjoyed the races, but also handed out all the awards. It was really amazing to see the camaraderie that was there. I did donate this, not donate, but we kind of wanted the late horseman of Broken Bones Cattle Company, John Whip, and Mike Lip, who we lost last year. They were founding members really in the Wyoming Breeders Program. They spent most of their days in it. And so we dedicated that ceremony to them. It was very heartfelt. Mike Lip's wife was there and her son. All of Broken Bones' wife and daughters who are carrying on the legacy was there for the owners and breeders. So it was pretty amazing to see that. There was a lot of crying and stuff because they were just so founding. But like I had said in my speech there, is that they're not just going to be remembered in our industry, but by their fast horses that they bred and created. So that was really nice. So thank you, Commissioner Kura, for being a part of that with us. It was really, really great. And with that being said, I handed out where we're at now on a sheet for the Breeders' Award Program. We are right now from January 1st to July 31st at 2.9 million in that Breeders' Awards Fund. Now, last year at the same time, in 2021, we estimated that they roughly made about, the operators made about 1.7 million for them, for the Breeders' Awards Program, which means an estimated 4.6 million is what would be projected by using those last numbers. But looking at the data, like Director Moore said, we could hit 5 to 5.5 million to pay out with these horses that are running this year. So I wasn't going to provide this, but then when I seen the numbers, I thought we better do it before September, so we didn't get too crazy with the horsemen wanting to know what was happening there. And just for the state of what's been going on right now, just to show you the growth, our deadline was August 15th for the broodmare deadline for new broodmares enrolled. And we thought maybe 75 to 100 would be a pretty good number. Well, I have already accredited 120 new mares in the system over the last week and a half. And I have about 60 to 70 more to go in my count. So we've done we're gonna have probably 180 to 190 of new broodmares. So that's all that revenue that's coming into the state, to our local municipalities. You know, they have to buy feed, they have to buy hay, they have to buy horse supplies, the vet. So the impact that we're making is huge. And I just wanted you to know that, like I said, right now, without the 60 new broodmares, we have 708 broodmares enrolled. With the 60, so we'll be at least 768 on broodmares and 65 stallions. And we currently have about 304 Wyoming breds that have participated this year individually, going for that $5 million that we could potentially have. So like I said, the per capita is amazing. The growth of the program is amazing. And just by these numbers, you can tell that we're doing good. So without that, if you have any questions, I can answer.
Are there any questions for Brandy at this time? Any questions from the public at this time?
Okay,
Hearing
thank you.
none, Brandy, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to have you back.
Thanks, good to be back.
Okay. What?
Item D, conflict of interest.
I think we should turn this over to Commissioner Cavello, right? I think so.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You tasked myself, Vice Chair Broussard, and Commissioner Barry with looking into the conflict of interest. We took heed of the governor's letter addressed March 29th, 2022, and came up with the following conflict of interest. First of all, the conflict of interest disclosure that you'll see on pages 1 and 2. Basically, we would ask that any new commissioners that come in would complete this conflict of interest disclosure in advance, and then that would basically delineate any conflicts that they may have. We would know that in advance and also make them aware of what kind of conflicts are out there and could be available. The second thing is we do have a proposed conflict of interest form that we have here with some additional things, and basically reiterating under section 1, item A, that is provided by Wyoming statute what most of this means. I guess getting down to the meat and bones of it, if you'll get down to under the disclosure form, talking about commission members and commission staff have an ongoing obligation to disclose in writing any material change to the information provided regarding name changes, financial interest in parimutuel wagering, financial interest in racehorsing, financial interest in skill-based amusement games, financial interest in online sports wagering, and engaging in any form of gambling. That any form of gambling may need to be in the state of Wyoming, as I don't think we can regulate something that I do in Arizona or Nevada or something like that. That being said, we just go on farther to basically reiterate what's in Wyoming statute. Also pertaining to commission staff and in participation in regulated activities. Section 4, commission and staff shall not wager on any activity regulated by the commission. This section does not prohibit wagering by a commissioner or commission staff member in the course of commissioners or staff members' lawful discharge of duties. So obviously, there's going to be times when, as a part of their jobs, certainly staff members and stuff like that may participate in wagering or something like that. So these were the things that we came up with that proposed to the commission. Obviously, our ideas, certainly nothing set in stone, but to be brought before you for your discussion and further iteration.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavello. At this time, discussion, please.
President Davis, you're probably looking, if you're looking at the draft form there, you may wonder why we chose the April 1st deadline. And the reason for that was that's typically after any legislative appointments have been made in March. So that's why I came up with the March or the April 1st date. Other than that, if commissioners, discussion, however you want to go with this is again, this is a proposal from the committee. If we need to take a deeper dive, committee can. It's your pleasure.
And this is, as you say, this is a draft, correct?
Yes.
But this is just a proposed, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not a rule, it is a policy. Is that correct?
Thank you for that. I think that's maybe a question, maybe more for Mr. Kaler, and I'm not sure if he is prepared to answer that at this point. Either way, but I think where we should go with this is, are there any changes to it? What do you want to see? Do you want us to change some of the wording in this? I think that's where we're at today. And then how we move forward with it, whether it's a resolution, whether it's a rule.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that the rest of the commissioners take some time, maybe between now and the next meeting, to fully digest this, see how it fits in their lives and how they see the commission, and maybe talk to other folks that have served on the commission and see where this all stands. And before we certainly wouldn't look for any kind of ruling today or any kind of a vote.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavello. So basically what I'm seeing here on your conflict of interest disclosure, would that be presented to the legislature upon, or would this be after there was an appointee? That would seem like it would be after the fact. So if there was a new appointee, since there are some coming up, this would be after the fact? So how?
Thank you, President Davis. What this would be, this is after an appointment has been made by the governor's office. And then we would have you fill this out. This would be a form that would be on file at the commission office. Obviously, it could be subject to public records requests. We would make sure we have this and disclose it as we're going through any commission actions, if there is any potential conflicts. And then if there is a conflict, then you would go back to the processes in the event of a conflict of interest, what the procedure is, declaring yourself a non-voting member at that point on a subject or whatever. This would be after the fact.
So this would replace the form that we have filled out currently?
Yes, it's expanding, and sorry about that, it's expanding on our current form that we have that you all have filled out.
Thank you, Charlie. Questions? Mr. Downing?
You can't turn it on, sorry.
We'll try the old-fashioned way.
Oh, bingo.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the committee. I think this is a great start and completely agree on taking a look at some of these pieces. One area that you may want to look at, which I had dealt with in a previous life with another Wyoming entity that handles gaming, is looking at having this also apply to your contractors and consultants. When I was working for one of those entities, there was a requirement that not only on the employees' side, but the contractors and consultants also abide by a conflict of interest policy. And that may be applicable to whether it's your testing labs or other entities. And
Some of that you can probably do through your contract language with those entities, but I would just have it as something to consider, because when I was with one of those entities, you can also participate in their games either. And so just throw that out there as an option.
Thank you, Jonathan.
President
Questions for
Davis,
Jonathan?
conflict of interest is already stated in all of our contracts with our vendors. It's already covered.
Okay. Thank you.
President Davis?
Yes, go ahead. Commissioner Wildcat?
I'd like to definitely take a look at this and see if there's anything that I would recommend. I mean, just right off the top of my head, the form does say direct interest, direct financial interest, but the statute lists indirect relationships also. So that probably needs to be changed on there. If we can, just like Commissioner Covello had mentioned too, directly stating that any gambling only or cannot occur within any jurisdictions that the Wyoming State Gaming Commission regulates.
Yeah.
Just kind of use that. But I'd kind of like to take a gander at it a little bit more.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, and Mr. Downing was right too about the vendor thing. So that's on one of our that's on a vendor application, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. More discussion?
Back, Mr. Chairman, to what Commissioner Wildcat said about within the state of Wyoming, that would be incorrect, just within our jurisdiction. So if you were a commissioner, it would be allowed to go on the reservations or any of those. And that's not our jurisdiction. And we would need to change that verbiage, not use what I said, but I mean, just within our jurisdiction.
Any further comments? Well, with that, Charlie, it looks like more work in progress.
Yes, it is.
We
We'll
will
carry it through to the next meeting.
Look forward to update on September 23rd. If we can get our comments in to Charlie by then. Okay. With that, we're down to the HISA or HISA update. Item 8E.
Yes, thank you, President Davis. Item 8E, HISA update. And it just so happens I received an email here about 20 minutes ago from the ARCI just talking about HISA. The ARCI has asked several things of HISA recently. One of them was to provide an organizational chart with contact lists. This was requested about a month ago. We have not received that yet. Currently, the most conversations that have been going on with HISA and state regulatory agencies have been with California, the CHRB. They have been fairly closely talking and working with trying to kind of bridge some of those gaps. The cost, while the cost for HISA was supposed to be done in August, I believe it is, and out in October, that has not happened as of this point. So if you are participating in HISA, you do not know what the next rounds of fees would be. In your packets, you've got the court case. You've got an article from Dave Basler from the Ohio HPBA. And David's a very well written and very well spoken individual that shows up at all these meetings and has comments. It's a very good article from his point of view, from the horseman's point of view of how it's working. You also have the most recent case in Louisiana that's listed in there for your information. We had been asked at one point to join that case, and they did not end up getting in touch with us. I know that Governor's Liaison Schiffer has been keeping really close ties on these cases, and I don't know if you have anything you'd like to comment on. And to give you a little bit of background, if we don't know while he keys up his mic, you know, the governor's liaison, absolutely a horseman for many years from Southern California. Is that correct, Southern California?
Well, I raced all over the country, but
Yeah,
yeah,
all over
mostly
the
Southern
country.
California.
Raced, law firm, different things, represented horsemen. He is not representing anyone here at this point. He's not practicing law today, but, you know, he's very respected in the horse racing world and in our state as well.
I lost a lot of bets, I can tell you that.
And he does play golf sometimes.
President Davis, Mr. Moore, members of the commission, I have been following this and listening to a lot of different voices on the status of HISA and going forward. And to summarize a little bit, and you probably already know this, but maybe it might help give you a perspective. The statute was passed, it's being implemented under the auspices of the Federal Trade Commission. There have been a number of cases that have questioned the constitutionality of the statute. At this point, they were all denied at the base trial level and are now under appeal to the appellate courts to determine whether the statute in part or in whole is constitutional. You know, that's a great question, and it's going to take a long time to figure the answer to that question. Most pundits seem to think that it will pass inspection. The Louisiana case, which is in your packet, questioned a lot of the procedures that have come out of the HISA organization on the nuts and bolts of how they're going to administer this national oversight of horse racing. A lot of those are fixable problems, and probably some of them have been fixed, and probably the balance of them will be fixed shortly. So I think we're gonna find that one, this statute's gonna hold up, and two, the umbrella's gonna be expanded, and we're gonna all be brought into it. It doesn't cover quarter horse racing, harness racing at this point, but I think that's all down the road. My thoughts to Charlie on this is to figure out how to mesh the state regulatory agencies with the HISA, the federal rule. And so far, we don't have a lot of guidance in that respect. We don't know where the ends, or say California, who's really embraced this, or New York, where the ends of their power is and where the federal power goes. And I suggested to Charlie that's my thinking would be that we need to talk to our legislators, our federal legislators, to work on this legislation to try and delineate that part of it. We're going to be under it. We're going to have to figure out if we don't have power to do this or we have power to do something. The best way to do that's through legislative control. So that's been my thinking. The head of the HISA has said, if you want to sue us, go ahead. You're paying the bills. You're financing HISA by what you're paying from your racing authorities. You're just spending your money fighting us. So we're spending money to defend, but it's your money that we're defending against these lawsuits. So I don't really see that that's going to go real well. Now we might as well just accept it and see if we can tweak it to help us to deal with what's coming, forthcoming. Thank you. Any questions? I don't doubt I can answer.
President Davis, and also remember that it doesn't affect us if we're not sending that signal across state lines. So currently, it's not affecting us, but while it's small, we've taken an opportunity away from our currently three, or they have taken an opportunity away from our three permittees from sending that signal across state line. They originally had said no, that we could not send that signal to the off-track wagering locations. I corrected them quite quickly when I was in Lexington, and they said, oh, you're right. So the operators are still able to send it to their OTBs, their off-track wagering locations, but they're hamstringed and they're unable to send it out of state currently. So it's coming. At some point, it will come and hit quarter horses in all the breeds, I'm guessing, at some point. And how do we blend that? I will continue to try to reach out to Barrasso, Lummis, and then Hageman in the future to see if we can get some discussions going on. If there's anyone in this room that has a connection that could assist in some of that, at least letting them understand where Wyoming sits. I will also circle through the executive branch and let that play out as well from the governor's office, if that's his pleasure. So we'll continue to look at it, monitor it, and see where it goes. Not much else.
Are there any questions, commissioners? Any questions from the public? Any comments? Nothing. Okay, with that.
Everybody's
you.
getting tired, aren't they?
Apparently that sandwich, I don't know what was in it, but
The next item, item 8F, online sports wagering and skill-based amusement games. I'm going to turn that over to David here shortly. We initially had Todd Sandist from the NFL, integrity representative from the Denver region, was going to speak to us briefly. He was a 25-year retiree from the FBI and former basketball coach. He was going to join us today and give us a little insight on sports wagering and the regulatory structures and integrity structure that they have in place. But he had a family emergency, is unable to show up. But I'll turn this over to David. He can kind of touch on some things and we can keep moving.
Thank you, President Davis, Director Moore. And it sounds like we should be able to schedule Todd with the NFL along with some other representatives from the NFL here in the next meeting or two, depending on their time frame with the NFL kicking off here soon. As far as online sports wagering updates goes, there's not a whole lot to really update you on in terms of the sports wagering side. We have 4 operators that are currently working in the state of Wyoming. We have 2 more that are permitted, and we are still awaiting their arrival to the state. I still somewhat expect them here during the football season coming up, but haven't heard much from them yet. We have at least begun to discuss with LSO and legislators about certain options for being able to add some additional permitting. We'll probably touch on that at a later date. And then on the skill game side, I don't have much to report. We have, I think, 14 vendors right now, approximately 290 locations, somewhere in there. Nick, do you have anything else you'd like to add to that?
President Davis, I really don't. We did the renewals. Renewals are all completed for the 2022, 2023. Went pretty well. So.
excellent. I heard that did go lightning speed. Thank
At the
you.
last minute. At the last minute.
Well, it's lightning.
So
Are
we
there-
got them.
Yeah. Are there any questions for Mr. Carpenter at this time? Any from the public? Hearing nothing. David, thank you. Hey, Charlie, live racing.
Live racing update. I believe we have Frank Lamb maybe on the Zoom call that was maybe going to address the commission. But also I know we have Judy and Eric here. We have Eugene and his partners owner, if they have any updates on live racing. And just a point, we had at the last meeting, 307 Horse Racing was able to update the commission on their live meet at the conclusion of it. So at this point, unless they have any additional things too, we do Wyoming Horse Racing and then Wyoming Downs. Yeah. Good job there, Jonathan. You lost weight.
Shows all the events that we did at our races this year. We ran 20 days, and I have an event almost every race day about killed me off. But Frank's going to give you the report. And there is just a picture thing. It shows a regular crowd that governor's come a couple of years, between last year and this year. And Track Magazine also took pictures, and we were on the front of Track Magazine, so there's some of those pictures.
I'd like to make a note that most of those pictures have Frank and Judy in it. We'll discuss that later.
Go ahead, Frank, if you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the commission, thank you very much. Yeah, I've got just a few numbers to throw out at you. We had a little presentation to make, but my girl that was doing that got sick and couldn't help me with it. So we're just going to give you some numbers. We'll get all these to you in a more formal format at a later date. But some interesting things that happened this season. It was a record-breaking season, number one. But number two, there was some of these numbers really jumped out at us. Our per capita wagering at Wyoming Downs has hovered around $45 to $50 per person for decades. And it's something we really weren't paying much attention to until this year, when we had a couple of days where it got up to $99 a person. So that's per capita wagering, is how much each person at the track is daily average wager. So I went back and did some numbers. So 2021, it actually started creeping up and we just didn't notice it. But in 2021, our average daily handle was $95,056. Our per capita wagering in 2021 was $60.10. In 2022, our average daily wagering was $98,390, with a per capita wagering of $77.16. And like I said earlier, some of the days the per capita was as high as $99. Now, I don't know what to attribute that to, but I just think it's a very interesting number that has shown its face here, and we're keeping a close eye on it. The other thing that I wanted to let you know is our highest handle since we've reopened the racetrack due to historic racing. Our highest handle for a day was $128,465 last year. This year, on the last weekend on Saturday, we did $150,972 in handle. It would have been bigger on Sunday, but we had a tremendous rainstorm Saturday night that caused us to have to cancel the first two races on Sunday, and so we only were able to run 8 races. Another number that really jumped out at me was the average starter per race, and that has gone up as well. We're just a little over 8 horses per race average, which is, any racetrack in the country would love to have that number right now. So those things I think are the highlights as far as numbers go. You know, Judy just gave you the pamphlet on the promotions. Our promotions turned out great. We have people now that look forward to those promotions, that ladies' hat day, which used to drive me crazy, but I'm all in now because it brings in the people. And so it's all working really well. And just want to let you know that this is our first year of running 20 days. I think we've kind of found the right number. That's the longest race meet run in Wyoming in over 25 years, by the way. So, you know, we're real proud of that as well. And I appreciate the commissioners, and we'll answer any questions.
At this time, are there any questions for Frank? Hearing none. We'll turn it over to Eric and Judy then.
Well, I get so excited when I get to talk to you guys. Judy Horton with Wyoming Downs. I just want to say that the most rewarding thing about working for our live meet and for working for Eric and working with Frank is getting to do the events that we do at the racetrack, because it really does bring joy to the people. But it also, when you get those people there, you have so many first-time bettors, and I swear all these people that come from Utah would bet on a turtle, because we run a lot of 2-year-olds and they just bet on them. And I think Frank and Eric would agree to that. But looking forward to you coming to the race meet next year. Please come anytime, be our guest. We would love to have you come. Wyoming Downs is a really pretty racetrack, and we're very proud of it. So thank you.
President Davis, the commissioners, I'd like to add a couple things. Needless to say, you know, we surround ourselves with a great team with Judy and Frank. The passion that has gone into that racetrack is incredible. The facility, you know, is dedicated to horse racing, and we're able to, the industry, not only the breeding program has, you know, just been incredible, but the improvements at Wyoming Downs, we really worked hard. We put in 40 RV pads this last year for the public. We redid the facility as far as cleaning it up as much as we could. Frank put on a lot of surface back on the track facility there, which has turned out to be the saving grace. There's also equipment, so we're buying new tractors and buying more equipment all the time. So we work closely with the horsemen. The crowd, sometimes we get up to 2,500 people, and the important part about that is 97% of those people come from the Utah Valley or elsewhere. And so it really imports the tourist dollars there. It adds so much. How we fund our purses, we did about approximately $1,350,000 last year. Will be between $1.5 million and $1.6 million next year. So we see the days moving up. We're gonna stick with the 20 days. We're gonna see purses going up. We see improvements going up. And the last day was incredible. Frank called in sick and said, "I'm not coming, I'm sick." And I said, "That's okay." On Saturday. Sunday morning, I said, "Well, you better get out of bed and come on. We got a problem around here." It rained so hard Saturday night, woke up Sunday, and it was clear as bell. And then that track wasn't gonna get straightened out. And I hate to give any instructions over Frank or Judy, because you get in a lot of trouble in our place if you do that. So Frank made some calls, and he had them cancel the first 2 races. The horsemen and the jockeys and everybody were on board. Then we ran the next 8 races, went off great. The 2-hour delay was something we may consider in the future. On the last day, we sold all the alcohol, and we sold all the food, and not anybody left. So it was really, really a fun and exciting day, one I hadn't seen in 25 years, how Sunday went down, and Frank was able to pull that off. He did a great job with the stewards, with Charlie's crew, and everybody worked together, and the races went. So again, I appreciate you all. I really appreciate Judy and Frank and the team of players at that racetrack, and that's what I got to say, and I'm sticking to it. So.
Thank you, Eric. Is there any questions for you? Oh,
How do you turn that on?
you got it.
Mr. President, I'd just like to say one other thing. The last couple years, we've been inviting some of our college students to come to the racetrack and be an intern. And that's turning into a really, really neat program. So if any of you as individuals know of a college student that would like to come and work at Wyoming Downs, they learn all different kinds of skills there, and they're very beneficial to us too. But we had a young woman come from UW this year that was on the rodeo team, and we put her in the race office, and then the racing secretary wouldn't let her do anything else because she was that viable. So we're real proud of bringing the young people in, whether at youth racing or the college students. I'll stand for questions.
Yes, we need to get the next generation involved.
Yes.
Eric's getting old. Any questions for Judy at this time? Or Eric?
I'd like to make a comment to the group. I highly recommend anybody on our commission to get down to one of these races. The hospitality is great. The company is great. You meet people that I haven't seen for a long time with the assistance of Judy. But it's well worth your while to get down there and see these. It's quite entertaining. You can't bet on them, but you can sit there and enjoy the atmosphere. So if you get a chance, get down there. Thank you.
Kudos on that, and I do miss having a meeting down there at the trackside live. It was always good, so.
I think you should come back next year.
You gotta improve the internet. Nick's got to have his fiber.
We'll see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
guys. Thank you.
All right. We have an update from
Let's see if I can, oh, it's on.
Hey, you're on.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Eugene Joyce from the Wyoming Horse Racing. Before I talk about our race meet, I would like to make some comment about Wyoming Downs. And I just don't think I've gotten enough credit. I have 6 horses in training running at Wyoming Downs. So this year, and Judy can attest, I was there just about every weekend. And so when they talk about the per capita handle and betting going up, I want to get some credit, Frank. So that was me pushing those numbers up. Anyway. Anyway, congratulate, Wyoming Downs did have a very successful race meet, and we all ought to be proud of that facility, bringing so many people in from out of state. And, you know, we're just getting started at Sweetwater Downs. I'm very proud to tell you, we've, thanks to Peter and the ownership group, we've made a big investment into that property along with the events complex. We've upgraded the jocks facility. We put in a proper test barn facility, and we continue to have a commitment to make improvements going forward. And one of the things we're doing is working with the events complex to kind of give more leverage to the money we're investing so we can go for grant money and to really make some improvements that I think is going to benefit our entire industry. That being said, I'd like to thank Peter for being there on opening day and getting to see just what can possibly go wrong when you try to put together a race meet. So I was out to dinner with him at 9:30 at night. I get a phone call that lightning had struck one of the power poles out there, and we have no power. And needless to say, it was all hands on deck, and we were working with private linemen. We were working with Rocky Mountain Power. We had pushed back at about 8:45, got with the stewards, pushed back the post times to 2 o'clock, but we just ran out of time. And I think everybody understands the medication, especially LASIK. There's a 4-hour window that a horse can properly run on it before the efficacy wears off. And so we had to cancel our first day of racing with the new regime. Do I call you regime? No, I shouldn't say that. But anyway, we met with the horsemen, got together, and what we decided to do was to take the 7 trials that were canceled on Saturday, combined them with the 3 trials that we're going to run on Sunday to make a 10-race card. There was talk about running the full 9 races with the 7 canceled races, but I think everybody agreed that from a safety perspective, for the horses, for the gate crew, for the jockeys, that wasn't in the best interest. And so we're off like a herd of turtles. And Charlie, I apologize. I told you I'd have a written report for you. You should get that in the next 24 hours. And the commission is welcome to see it and go through the blow by blow of that day. I would tell you though, we did everything we could to make it a good experience for the customer. Because of no electricity, there was no PA, and my Juilliard training came in good stead. In my megaphone mouth, I was able to address the crowd in front of the grandstand and let them know, keep them informed of what was going on, and they stuck around to the bitter end until we canceled. But I think they also stuck around because Pete promised them to buy them a free drink at the end of the race day, so that was, it did work. There were a lot of happy customers walking out of there. But just so you know, one of the things when you cancel certain races, and these were overnight races, what we've done is we're writing the races back. We're preferring the horses that were in those races. And the 7 races we missed on opening weekend, we're going to be adding an extra race on Saturdays and Sundays on the remaining 6 weekends to bring the race total up to what a normal 16-day race meet would be. So there's no purse money is lost. That's all going to be pushed over to the races. And on purses, I would like to say that we are going to set a record this year. Our bottoms are going to be $6,000, which I think is the highest bottoms in our history and the history of Wyoming, and also the highest daily purse average. And when I came before this commission, and I know I'm going on here, I'll be brief, but when I first came in front of this commission, I didn't want to talk about race days. I wanted to talk about racing opportunities and purse money. Because at the end of the day, as a horse owner, and President Davis knows this full well, you only have so many starts in the summer. So you want to start your horse for the highest purses possible. So we will set a record in that respect this year. And we've got high hopes that no more acts of God, just good weather. I'm carrying my rosaries with me every day now until the end of the meet. So we'll cross our fingers. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. And Pete, if you'd like to add anything.
Just a couple things. Again, I am, as you all know, new to the sport. Been involved in horses through my sister for years, but it was an amazing, as an outsider coming in looking, and we've certainly had all the preparatory calls and organizing in advance, but you know, Eugene is an amazing orchestra leader. I mean, he had everything going, and despite the hiccups, you know, the fans were gracious. We tried to be very respectful as unexpected things happened, but it was an amazing weekend, and it gave me obviously a much better appreciation about the detail. You know, tried to help where I could not get in the way, and it was a wonderful experience for me. And I know both of my partners are also going to be participating as well as we go forward. But the exciting thing for me, besides kicking off the season, is the welcoming relationship we've built with Sweetwater. You know, we really look at this as a long-term investment for us. We plan on investing a lot of money in Wyoming. We made a commitment to Sweetwater to invest $1 million over the next 2-3 years in terms of facility improvements, where we've started to do that. We're really excited to see what those changes will do in terms of bringing new faces to the events. And I think, as Judy said, you know, we've come to realize that those special events need to be partnered and married with the races to give people a lot of reasons to come, and the potential to expose racing to a new group of people that wouldn't necessarily come as important to us. So this year for us, it's, you know, watch and learn. We fully expect to make a significant improvements and change things next year to potentially have a higher attendance. That's our goal. But
in the end, one of the group of the new owners, couldn't have been prouder of how Eugene and the team at the race meet handled the unexpected event. And you could see how everybody was having a good time on Sunday when we were actually able to run the races. So we're excited to be here and look forward to doing some new things, and we're just getting started. So thank you. Any questions
Excellent.
for us?
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Way to go. Okay, with that, Charlie, we're down to, oh.
Do you have anything?
Would you like to give us one more? 307?
Commissioners, Kyle Ridgway with 307. I think Jack Greer's on Zoom or whatever and might have a few comments. I was texting to see if he had anything he wanted to add. I think he did, so.
Nick, do we have Jack on? Okay.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I know we had the live racing update piece, so I won't waste y'all's time. I know it's been a long day, but if there's any questions for 307, we're happy to answer any of those or participate in the discussion. I just wanted to let you all know that we're here and look forward to racing again next year.
Commissioner Cavello?
Mr. Chairman, for 307, I was just kind of curious how things went. You had a lot of activities going on during your racing time in Gillette, and did you see any of the people from national finals and baseball games and stuff like that? Did you see any of those people come to the live races and get a new experience? I was just curious if there was any overlap there.
Jack, what was your experience with that?
Yeah, President Davis and Commissioner Cavello, I think you hit it spot on, and I think the other operators are also highlighting the same point here. The main objective is to try to drive traffic not only to these race meets for the entertainment purpose, but there's a lot of folks that are trying to get involved in the industry right now, whether that's participating as a staff individual at the race meet or ownership in horses or what have you. So to your point directly, yes, we did have some other events this year. We had a bronc match. We had some wild horse race events. The National High School Phone Rodeo was a week after we concluded the race meet. So there was some of those folks in town. But I think the biggest highlight directly is there's people getting involved. To my knowledge, daily, if not, weekly for sure. But and even Brandy touched on this earlier, there's a lot of people really getting involved in the industry now. There's a lot of money in the breeders program. And I think the purse money is obviously going up as well. I think that's something all of us operators are trying to do year after year is continue to increase purse money. I would hope that, we're eventually running at more purse money in Wyoming than we are at a breeders fund, since that's how that's supposed to work. But I do think we're overall really, really growing the industry, and it's exciting to get all these other events going on, which in turn leads to more people involved in the industry.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jack.
Thank you.
With that, Charlie, number 9, where are we at here? The director's report.
Thank you, President Davis. The good thing about putting me at the end, by that point, I'm tired, so I will make this short and not, but I will go quickly. If you have any questions, jump in, commissioners, and you can slow me down. First and foremost, a couple weeks ago, I sent out to the commissioners a letter in regards to succession and compensation plan for staff and for myself, and the succession plan. The succession plan takes into more than just myself, but what it also does, it places this commission in a position by potentially changing my classification level to where you can attract someone into the director's position down the road. The fact remains, I'll be 68 this fall. There are commissioners here, as Commissioner Covello had mentioned, that will be on this commission long after I retire, and that's an absolute fact. So we need to look at successions. We need to look at how that goes. We need to start looking at that, and I think the first process in that is to have a position review for myself. Position reviews are a normal procedure. We've done that periodically, and we're doing that with all staff as they're able to come up for review. We'll do that, and then continually working with our compensation committee members, which is Commissioner Covello and Commissioner Cura, look at situations and make recommendations back to you, commissioners. Moving on to the next piece here would be the rules and statutes. It's kind of interesting. Just the other day, Nick has provided this to me to where we have our rules and statutes all in one document, which is a searchable document. Kind of a simple thing, but sure makes sense. Sometimes the most simplest of ideas, putting them all in one document that's searchable. I got a response from one of our legislative liaisons saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, that we put it all in one document. It has all the rules, all of the statutes in one document, and then, of course, they're searchable through PDF. If anybody, any of the public wants that document, give me a shout and we'll forward that to you. And then, you know, for instance, you can be sitting here working, you can search a word, pull it up, you're going to find where it is. And we use it all the time. I know Mike does. I mean, it's what we use daily. And I know everybody on the staff uses it. Something as simple as that. And also with those kind of things, if there's something that anybody sees, whether it's commissioners, whether it's you, the individuals that we regulate, skill games, historic racing, online sports wagering, charitable, what else do we do? A little of everything. You know, if you have suggestions, please feel free to reach out to me or anyone on the staff, and we can make those changes, hopefully, and help better serve you all, the clients. The next piece is President Davis and Commissioner Wildcat and myself had just a very pleasant meeting, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago now, whatever it is, with the chairman of the Indian Gaming Commission. Chairman Semmemeyer is appointed by the president and approved by the Senate. So he's a presidential appointment. He was here in Wyoming. We spent, 2 hours just discussing things and just going through. A lot of his concerns are technical standards, technical concerns, whether it's, hacking, just a lot of those different things that he is pursuing as one of his points of emphasis. But another piece is too, trying to break down those barriers. Whether those barriers have been up for many years, he's trying to work beyond that. And where I started this conversation with Chairman Semmemeyer was in Las Vegas, and we were talking about working with our tribal neighbors. If we have a problem in one of our off-track wagering locations or with skill games, fraud type of a situation, those people are very typically going to also be on our tribal properties in the state. So working together with law enforcement on both sides, and again, reminding you all that we have 3 law enforcement agents that work for the commission. They have statewide jurisdiction. Now, we do not have jurisdiction, obviously, on tribal lands, but they are statewide jurisdictional individuals that can enforce the rules and the regulations. So working with our tribal neighbors, working with other states as well, working together, trying to put together something, in the law enforcement world, they talk about fusion centers. And you have those where multiple agencies are gathering multiple pieces of information, putting them together and trying to disseminate that. And we've had times when we've had bolos out. Those bolos have gone, they've come from somebody in Kentucky seeing that there was a problem with historic racing, and we've circulated those to all the off-track wagering locations, but we need to be inclusive of our tribal neighbors in those things. Colorado, we have a very good working relationship with the gaming entities there. We have an extremely good working relationship with South Dakota currently, Montana as well. So continuing to work on that, but back to Chairman Semmelmeyer, what a pleasant experience. It's a big deal to have him here in the Cowboy State. He flew into Casper, visited with us, then I believe he was off to Colorado, and then potentially, I know earlier, his itinerary was to be in South Dakota as well and trying to hit some of these states. And this is the first time anyone from the Indian Gaming Commission had ever been to the state of Wyoming. I believe that's correct. And maybe Jenny, if you know that or not. I know it's the first time he had been here. I do know that. Sorry. I think 2019 is all maybe, hadn't it been? Yeah, so. For you, yeah.
Somebody that's trying to defraud the state, they're very well going to come to our place too. And vice versa. Cybersecurity is what we spoke a lot about, which shows how critical even our technical standards are. So it was a really good visit, and I appreciate him and Charlie making those connections to bring.
Did you have anything to comment on that, President Davis?
The only thing that he really, kind of commented to me was that how well we work interstate with the tribe and the state of Wyoming. And he'd like that pattern mimicked across the nation. So we need to continue to foster that growth, and away we go. But he was very remarkable.
Well, the big takeaway was it is a big deal, and we're very appreciative of his time. And, I think it's a good relationship that we'll try to continue to foster, but also fostering those relationships with our in-state locations, with the tribes as well. So moving on to the next thing, supplemental budget. I will be presenting, I've submitted our supplemental budget for the next year with an additional 4 staff members. One is a full-time licensing person, and then 3 full-time inspectors, 2 inspectors, and then 1 additional law enforcement officer to be included in that budget. Also, with the supplemental budget, and with what we're doing moving forward in the budgeting process, probably looking more to the next biennium budget, we're delineating our expenditures currently to understand, was this, and we haven't gotten to breaking it down, hours and days necessarily. I don't want to panic everybody in the office at this point by putting it at that low level or high level, however you want to look at it. But we are currently tracking our time spent, money spent, whether it's live horse racing, whether it is historic horse racing, whether it is skill games, online sports wagering, so on and so forth. We have, I think, 8 or 10 function codes. So whenever any expenditures come across the desk and are submitted, we're putting those function codes in. A&I budget or A&I accounting division is inputting those in there. And at the end of a year, after we've collected enough data, we should start to see some information coming out of that and kind of things for the future.
When do you have to submit, or when do you have to appear before the?
We don't know it. At this point, I do not know. They were due the end of this month. I have it submitted. It was submitted last week. So it's in there. And then we'll know when we'll go in front of Appropriations Committee at that point. The next one on my list is B11's HHR. The biannual city and county distribution was $1.6 million. That went out, I believe, a week ago or something here not too long ago. We have skill-based amusement game revenues, which are distributed annually. So far, we've accumulated roughly $2.5 million in that. As Brandy said, the Breeders' Award Program is going to be in excess of $5 million. We need to look at the future as well as that, of having dedicated people as that program is growing and as it continues to just get bigger. We may, again, this is a few years down the road, look at 2 full-time individuals, one obviously administering, and then as an administrative assistant to deal with that program. Again, that's a little further beyond the supplemental budget that I did for this year. This, however, would not include and does not include the manpower to inspect and certify those participants. Historical horse racing location testing is scheduled for this fall. Signature testing of all machines in all locations in the state. We're looking at a price tag of a little over $30,000. It's going to take about 130 hours worth of travel time, and then about 130 hours in travel time and 132 hours of testing time to do all statewide locations. And this is anticipating the additional growth from what we've seen today that was approved and in the future. That will be conducted again this fall. Hopefully we can get that conducted. It'll be, again, we're working out the logistics at this point. It will be 2 teams working the state, going from location to location and testing each and every historic racing terminal's signatures. And this is a third-party audit. Something that's really exciting, and we have the poster there. September is Responsible Gaming Education Month. We're really excited about that. It kind of came across our desk just a week ago, so we're kind of putting it together rather quickly. We will be distributing to historic racing locations, live racing locations, and the skill-based amusement game people as well. Some of the tool packages that are out there, if you want to participate and get that educational information out there. There is the ability to do PSAs, whether it's TV and radio in these packets that we will be seeing if we can get scheduled. And I have also asked the governor's office if they were interested at all in doing a resolution stating September is Responsible Gaming Education Month. We'll work cohesively with all the operators and get this information out. We currently have a licensing and receptionist position that's vacant in the office. This is not a full-time position. It's not a benefited position. It's what we call a TPO1 position, which is temporary. It would be good for 9 months. And part of the reasoning, we have a TPO1 position that we utilize typically for live racing. We used it earlier in the year, and then we contracted with our current licensing person, but we need a full-time person in the office, in Casper's office handling, and especially once the rules are completed with skill-based amusement games, because we're looking at potentially 1,400 total locations statewide. We also have vacant at this point a senior accounting wagering transaction accountant due to a promotion and, due to a reclassification and shifting of duties in the office. That position is on the website, is being posted currently. It is a fully benefited year-round position with the agency. Upcoming meetings, Joint Appropriations Committee. I think you have the agenda, Commissioners. If not, I can get that to you. It is scheduled for September 12th. We are on the agenda at 8 a.m. here in Casper. So that meeting's coming up. Joint Revenue Committee is that same week. The agenda has not come out as of this morning. That's scheduled for the 14th and 15th of September. Like I said, the agenda is not posted yet, and that is scheduled to be here in Casper. Later on in the year, we have the Global Symposium on Racing in Tucson, Arizona. That's December 5th to the 7th. We also, and there's an ARCI board meeting, scheduled with that December 5th meeting in Tucson. Additionally, we have the National Council of Legislators from Gaming States is holding their meeting. I attended the Boston meeting this summer. Great meeting. I've also provided the information of potentially joining that association and being a part of that to JAC in the upcoming JAC meeting. That meeting is scheduled for December 8th through the 10th. That is again in Las Vegas. Along with that meeting, the Sports Betting Regulators Association meeting is December 8th in Las Vegas. I am the chairman of that association. I think as they were looking for people to chair this organization, everybody stepped back and I was the one left standing there. But we're trying to stand up this group. And part of my interest in being a part of this association was we don't know everything, but we need to get the groups together and we need to talk and develop those. It was a strictly a selfish motivation that I did volunteer, and I did, so we could get more information and understand sports wagering and get those relationships developed. Currently, we have 19 or 20 states that have shown interest, and we're working through standing up a brand new association. It is working as a co-committee, I guess, with the Association of Racing Commissioners International. The next thing, standardizing of all reporting forms, Paramutual skill-based amusement games and online sports wagering. We are very close to having that ready to launch. We will have that ready. As I look over at Mr. Carpenter, we will have that project completed by the end of the month and have that out for your review. It's just a standard reporting document, makes it simpler for everybody involved. And we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just trying to put a standard document together so everybody knows this is what the expectations are. Another thing that's on the horizon, just as a kind of an FYI, iGaming is coming to the forefront. It's very interesting. Obviously, it's not authorized in the state. That's a legislative responsibility to deal with that, but it is something of interest that's out there. The next piece that I have here is if any of the commissioners are interested in taking Title 31 compliance courses, give us a call. We can connect you up with that. Title 31 is basically money laundering and those things that are responsible. The three operators for historic racing, I know are compliant with Title 31. Wyoming Downs has been great with just getting us to where we can keep up, where the staff can take that course real quickly and just get a refresher course on it. If anybody's interested, let me know. Strategic plan. I had an individual ask me several weeks ago about a strategic plan moving forward. Well, first and foremost is things are changing so quickly. It's very difficult when you don't have the crystal ball, and we have our statutes and different things that just keep continuing to change. But we do have a 5 and 10-year plan. We do have that. It's a function of our budget. It's a function of supplemental budgets, which is a year, and then our biennium budgets, which is 2 years. So we do have these strategic plannings and looking to the future, looking to the succession plans, whether it's a commissioner that's cycling out, whether it's a president of this commission that potentially might cycle out. We are looking at those different things. I already spoke about the succession plan. It's amazing I didn't take a breath through all that, did I? The other thing that I want to bring back up one more time and I appreciate some of the comments I received during the lunch break. Working with Department of Ag and Wyoming Tourism, with the Breeders' Award Program and any part of what we regulate, there's a lot of really, really positive things that are happening, whether it's with the skill games, historic racing, live racing, bingo and pull tabs, the online sports wagering, and working with those other departments, especially with the Wyoming Bread Program, working with the Department of Ag. This is an ag-based industry all the way, straightforward, and working with them, seeing if there's some sort of collaboration or synergy that we can develop between those different agencies to get the message out. And then again, with the Wyoming Office of Tourism, working with those folks and seeing if there's anything we can do. I don't know what the vision is, but I know we can't start any vision if we don't start talking to them. And we've mentioned this over the years, we've talked about it over the years, but now's the time to move forward. And I'd mentioned this to the governor's office, and go forth and conquer. So that's all I have at this point. I kind of went through it pretty quickly. Did I do it in 30 minutes or less?
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I had a couple of questions for Charlie regarding the succession plan. I guess I'm ashamed I don't know the answer to these questions, but Charlie, if you would decide, God forbid, to retire, who picks your replacement?
That's a good question. And part of that question, I had somebody ask me the other day, who do I work for? Well, I know I work at the pleasure of the governor, but also you folks hire me. In 2008, when I was hired, we went through an application process and I was selected, thankfully, moving forward. So you all you would work with A&I division, Human Resources division. You would set up the application, the requirements of the position, and then you would make those decisions. And you can work with A&I, Human Resources division. They have no problem interviewing individuals and then whittling it down and then scheduling some of that. They can work with you. Again, that was back, Frank ran that, and it was a different thing 15 years ago, 14 years ago, than it is today, but it's basically the same process, just a little different.
Mr. President, the second part of my question was, who decides to give you a raise in salary?
Thank you, Commissioner Barry. And, it's a combination of answers here. And Commissioner Cavello had reached out to the Budget Division and got some clarity there from Director Hibbard from the Budget Division. But you would be presented with basically a pay ban for that classification. Each one of the positions we have an MPP, we have a minimum, we have an MPP, and then we have a maximum. And then there's another piece if you need to jump a little higher than that. And that would be your decision. Now, once the decision is made at the commission level for something like that, then that would be submitted to A&I, Human Resources Division, and State Budget Division, and Human Resources would review it, see if it's appropriate. They would sign off. Budget Division would review it, see if it's within the budgetary requirements, and sign off on that. And then ultimately, any of those requests would come back to the governor to sign off on as the final person. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Barry?
Yeah, but how do we get that process started?
Thank you for that. And again, I've done this because I do it for everybody else. So it's relatively easy. The first step that I would suggest is to do, and I've got the document about 50% completed for me, would be to submit a reclassification request. And then you would ask for, and A&I has said that they would, Human Resources said that they could facilitate this and do these requests if I'm uncomfortable. And I am very hesitant always, have been for years, doing this. So you would make the decision, then we would push it uphill. I got off track, I'm sorry. What was the question?
How do we start the reclassification?
How do we start the process? Sorry, excuse me. I will fill out the JCQ, submit it, ask for a desk review of it. They will schedule an appointment. And again, we did it with one of our employees here just a few weeks ago, and they'll do a online version and do a desk review and go through your duties, all of the tasks that you have, and then they will compare that with your current classification. Now, one thing that happens when you're doing a reclassification, that classification can go up, but it can also go down. So there's always that potential. In this situation, I would doubt that it would go down, but that's something that they would say, but we can submit that to Human Resources Division, and they will set that up and then make that recommendation for a reclassification back to you commissioners, and then you would make that ultimate decision.
So do we need to maybe schedule a short executive session in the next meeting to get this process started and talk about it?
I think at this point in time, I can, as a position, and there are some positions that are not excluded, they're excluded from this process, but we can do this reclassification now and can submit it without an executive session or anything involved. The biggest thing that I would do would be, I would have President Davis sign off on the document. I sign off on the documents for anyone, any of the other staff members. I would have President Davis, once the document is completed, I would present it to him. He would review it. If he thinks it's an appropriate statement of work that I perform, then he would sign off on it, then we would send it. So that would be the first step.
I guess I'd like to see us start that.
Okay. Done. We can do it.
The ball is rolling, so let's keep it rolling.
The other piece to this would be too, just the compensation. And in this market, in things right now, you can look at what the current pay is. And in the letter, I use some comparisons there for you. Some were extremely high, and I'm like, there's no way, but it gave you a good cross-section, commissioners, of the current pay of different agencies, but also across the country right now, what people are being paid. And you can make an adjustment to my salary currently. You're not tapped where it is. And then again, that would go to Human Resources Division. You can look at what is reasonable. I did put what I thought was a conservative amount in there, just because to start the discussion. And you can push that. Now, if you get a no, that's okay. But they can't say yes if you don't ask the question and start it.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Yeah,
Covello.
Mr. Chairman, I think the reclassification is the most important part first. And then within that reclassification, we can set that salary band, get that going. My opinion, it's critical for the future. I told Charlie, there's some of us that will be here probably beyond when he continues to serve this commission, and we're going to have to replace him. And that will not be an easy task given the current classification and salary range. And quite honestly, that's just the reality where things are today. And when the time comes to replace Charlie, it will be extremely important to the state of Wyoming that we get someone that understands what goes on and feels compensated and wants to stay and do the job correctly. So it's really important that we act soon on this.
I agree.
Commissioner Barry said.
Sound good?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions for Charlie at this time? If not, Charlie, Are there any further comments from you?
No, sir, I think that's it.
Should we go ahead and set the next meeting date?
Well, you have those. The next meeting date is already set for September 22nd. It is scheduled for being in this room. We did have a request from Commissioner Wildcat. I've got to look at some logistics about potentially having one of our meetings over in Riverton. I think that's a great idea. I might suggest, just for the logistics of it, maybe keeping our next two meetings here in Casper. And then maybe if there's like the weather's going to start getting bad here real soon. So we have talked about that, and we need to schedule instead of talking about it for the future.
Yes, I think that would be very appropriate, and I think maybe even if it was just a special meeting to get the ball rolling there.
They're all special.
That's because we are special commissioners.
Maybe we could do potentially just a meeting, just a short meeting to get a tour of the casino.
Yeah.
We can gamble over there.
Sorry about that.
We can talk about that.
Yeah.
Because if they're wanting to have things like the commission over and so we'll just talk about the logistics and everything and the need or.
Fostering the relationship along. So that's what I mean. It may be just a special. Okay.
Our November meeting, we do have it scheduled for 2 days. We are still looking at the first day of that. And Brandy brought this up the other day, and we've talked about it, is there's potentially an idea of having an open house, maybe up in our offices, so where we can show everybody a little bit about the office and what we do. There's that potential idea, but we do have it scheduled currently for 2 days. We had also originally talked about on the 16th doing a roundtable discussion and trying to get all of our entities together in one room and have some good talks and and try to come up with some common ground and some common initiatives that we can champion. So those are some of the ideas for the November meeting. Of course, that is our annual fall meeting. Hopefully we should have all of our awardees. We won't have the money, obviously, figured out for the Wyoming Bread Program, but we can have everything else done by that meeting for you to know. The point totals and different things, just the money wouldn't come in until really close to the end of January. And then now, commissioners, you're on C, which would be general discussion. Any public comment?
Any public comment at this time? Any input? Hearing none. Anything from the commissioners? Meeting adjourned, Charlie?
3:00, meeting adjourned. Thank you.